everyone! Hello! Oh, you are indeed currently just a square with a little gecko in it.
Yeah, I can't.
There was an
I can't do
attempt.
anything about it. An attempt was made.
Oh, wait, let me move this slightly. There we go. Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody in my chat. Hi. Welcome in. And hello, everyone in Racco's chat as well. I know you've been listening to me for the past however many minutes anyway, but, you know, hello again.
And hello, everybody on my stream, and hello, everybody in Psydere's stream as well. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday.
Yes. I will say hello to everybody. Hello, Flatulence Incarnate. Hi, Woodsticks. Hello, Lankuri. Hi, Kami Belladonna. Hi, Zerkia. Hello. Hello, Space Narc. Hello, Mother Antares. Is that how you say your name? I hope that's that right. Hello. Hello, J Gravy, Ekitten N7. Hello, Yay Sothoth. I think I said your name the first time that time. Let's go. Thank you for the 5 stream streaks, both of you. Thank you, Bobo, for the gift sub to Wisteria. Thank you, Flatulence Incarnate, for the gift sub to Space Narc. Let's see. And also Space Narc for the gifted sub to Woodsticks. Oh my gosh, there's so many. What's going on? And for the 5 gifted also, and for continuing on the gift sub. Thank you so much, Space Narc. I really appreciate that. Let's see, who else is here? Hello, who else is here? Oh, Orishiro, hello, Orishiro. I feel like I've already said hi to Bobo, but you get another one. Hello. Hello, Avocado. Hello. Hi, Swizz. Hi. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Hello, Potter. Hi, Potter. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, and also for the £83 donation. Let's go. Thank you so much. I saw that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm like speed reading everybody because I don't want to. I'm speed reading, but I'm also like stalling so that there's more time to fix the tech issues.
Yeah, it's so weird. I can't figure it out. Right.
Hello, Glacial Indifference. Hi,
Gita
Shark Bills,
Supperpunk
bro.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Eric's33.
Let's see. Win528. Hi. Hello. Let's see. Savatar, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Hello. Hi. Intricus. Hello. Welcome. Hello, Jedi Supperpunk. So today we are spreading disinformation. No, we're doing the opposite.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay, so for everybody in my chat, I guess also maybe for Racco's chat too. Today we're doing a collab, which means that we might be a bit less responsive to chat than we both normally would be. So if you say something and we don't acknowledge it, we're not being rude. It's just how collabs work.
Space Narc gifted a tier 1 sub to Intricist. They have given
Thank you so
7
much,
gift
Space
subs in the
Narc, for
channel.
the gifted sub to Intricist. Let's go in both chats. Thank you so much.
And yeah, I don't know if I can figure this out, but yeah, let me say hi as well. Welcome in Space Narc, Lunar 8, Effie Sectu, Flatulence, Isendare, Starmie, Red Panda, Komi Belladonna, Zerkia. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Woodsticks. Yeah, welcome, everybody in Psydere's chat, everybody in my chat. Welcome in Mother and Terry's,
Space Narc
Avocado.
gifted a
I hope
tier
you're all
1
doing
sub
well.
to Closure 0.
Yeah, we're doing a collab today.
They have given 8 gift subs in the channel.
I've managed to get the tech to work for my stream layout, but not for Twitch's collab thing, so that my camera's showing up on there. It's really frustrating. So that's what I'm trying to troubleshoot right now. So if anybody out there has familiarity with Twitch's stream together collab thing and setting up the virtual camera and getting that to be picked up properly, that'd be great. Would love to hear suggestions for how to fix it.
I just realized, would you like me to put a background on? I just realized I'm on a green screen in your stream.
No, that's okay. Only if you want to.
Let me find my backgrounds. Let's see. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll work it out though. To be fair, that
Chant
has been the
holy
whole of
beep
this
boops to the
so far.
spirit machines. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, germs.
Right.
And yeah, for real, thank you everybody who has gifted subs or donated bits to either of our channels. Greatly appreciated. And part of this, actually, this collaboration, and I'll hand it over to Sai in just a moment, is part of a charity fundraising event called the Jingle Jam, a UK-based sort of charity fundraising event. And Sai is part of Jingle Jam, specifically raising money for the advocacy and research group Autistica. So if Sai, you want to talk a little bit about that. Yeah.
So Autistica are a research and intervention and advocacy based charity. They take a participatory community-led approach, which basically means that they get autistic people involved in the research and interventions that they're doing. So what that means in practice is that a lot of like autism related charities, if they don't have any autistic people on the board, which for a long time they often wouldn't, they would end up basically doing research that often parents of autistic children would find important. And that meant that autistic adults would kind of get missed out entirely. But it also meant that sometimes the research that was being done was not necessarily of interest to the children themselves. It was more around kind of making life a bit easier for the parents. Thankfully, things have changed quite significantly now, but that is in part due to the fantastic work of organizations like Autistica, who are making sure that the community have a seat at the table. The research that they're doing is stuff that is quite close to my heart. So one of their big intervention programs at the minute is around employment. It's around helping autistic young people navigate the transition from school or from university into the workplace. They also are funding like wellbeing hub, so that autistic people can access it and find evidence-based tips that are actually tailored for autistic needs, because they're slightly different to neurotypical people. Yeah, they do lots of very cool stuff. I'm going to put a link to the Tiltify in the chat. You can donate to Autistica here. There we go. Yes. And then Jingle Jam is a annual fundraising event that happens across a lot of streams. It gets so many content creators involved. Do you mind if I pin this, by the way? Sorry.
No, go for it.
It gets so many content creators involved. It's pretty big. It's pretty cool. I've been watching Jingle Jam, I think, since I was in secondary school. So since over 10 years. So that tells you how long it's been going on for. And I don't even want to think about how much money they've raised in that time. Like, it's an incredible amount. They always choose really good charities, and it's led by the Yogscast. If anyone remembers them, they're still around and very active, and they are still Diggy Diggy Hole. In fact, they released a second one the other day. There is now Diggy Diggy Hole 2.
Diggy Diggy Hole?
Do you not know the song?
No.
Okay. Right, this was like the thing when I was in high school. Okay, so it is literally, they were just in Minecraft, and it like one of them was just like, I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole, and then they turned it into an actual song, and then like some kind of like folk, like dwarven themed folk metal band covered it, and now there's like a metal version of it, and now that was like 6 years ago that they covered that, and then the other day they released Diggy Hole 2. Yeah. This is British streaming history. This is very important to me.
Wow. I'm gonna have to check that out. Also, thank you everybody who contributed to the hype train. We got a level 6 hype train. That's very massive and
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. Yeah, God, no, why isn't this working? At this point, though, some of the things I'm seeing are suggesting that I can restart my computer and OBS, but like that,
That's not ideal.
yeah, that's not ideal. Let me. Huh. Okay.
At this point, it's
Okay.
just offensive. I would like it to be fixed just because it's offending me.
No, yeah, completely understand. All right, let's see what we can do with that. Nope. That. Nope.
I'm also trying to fix this
Huh.
on my end as well, though. So
Okay. Now that's weird. Okay, so I can get the virtual camera to be a detected source in OBS, but not the Twitch collab thing,
I see.
which makes no sense. Like, this makes no sense. Actually, at this point, let me disconnect from the collab, and then we'll restart the collaboration. Because now, if I have a virtual camera on my OBS layout, I wonder if that might fix it. So
Maybe. Okay,
yeah,
let's do that.
All right, I'll be back in just a sec, I hope.
Cool. We might have finally fixed it. This is so exciting. Also, Space Knock, thank you so much for the £100 donation. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, I saw you all get like Potter. I saw your thing getting us to the getting us to the 2,000 mark. That's wild. And now we're already at 2,100. That's wild. Thank you so much, everybody.
No, it's not working.
No.
Why? I don't get this.
Psydere 1 Rave 1 Psydere 1 Rave 1.
Thank you so much for the sub to Amos. Thank you.
I guess that we can now declare this the start of my career as a guest PNG tuber.
That
on
feels
other
fairly
people's
appropriate,
streams.
though. That does feel fairly appropriate for this stream. So I think that's fine.
Oh man.
Let me at least try and put on a background. Oh. Okay. That's brilliant. You can load a background at this file bar. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. What's pudding party? That oh.
Ooh. Putty putty. I remember that.
That's mildly threatening. I'm not sure if I like it actually.
That's old school. Internet meme from 5+ years ago.
It is. There's no way for me to do this for it to not I think we're just gonna have to stick with the green, I'm afraid. You might just have to green screen me.
Oh, that's fine. Perfectly fine. Yeah, no, I apologize to everyone in Size chat for my camera not working. That is super weird, and admittedly, not the first time this has happened. What's weird is it says click allow in your browser when prompted. I can change my select camera at any time during the session, but I've never been prompted to do allow, first of all, and I can't change anything.
You might be able to do it. Sometimes there's like a little icon in the URL bar. So that's what it did for me. I'm on Firefox. So it was like there's like the trackers thing, there's like a like an SSL thing, and then there's like an options thing. And I had to click that, and then I had to remove the block on them like manually.
I'm in Chrome. I actually wonder now if I switched over to Firefox, if that might be easier.
I used to have problems when I was using Chrome for it, and then when I swapped to Firefox, the problems disappeared.
Yeah, let me do that then. Let me try it on Firefox.
This is a very good insight into the process of streaming troubleshooting
Yeah.
for anyone that's never
in,
seen it.
in which case, let me
Logo being. I'm going.
let me leave the collaboration so that it's not on Chrome, and then I'll rejoin in Firefox and see if that works.
Oh.
Okay, let's try that.
Is Thunderbird still a thing? I miss using that. Thunderbird is still a thing. I don't know. Wait.
Something happened.
Something's happening.
Okay, so the answer, whatever the answer is, it's got to be in Firefox.
How are you doing the virtual camera? Are you doing it from within OBS?
Yeah, from OBS.
Okay. If you need to, you can just do your full like stream output. You can change it to that, and then I'll just crop you down. We're seeing things though. Things are happening.
Wait a minute. Let me try that. Hold on a sec.
This is so exciting.
And
could you just watch as streamers share your screen? That'd be. Hello.
There we go.
Can see
Okay.
you. Yes.
This is so weird. Okay. Let's try to get that there then. All right. That was wild.
Drop you down that way.
I had to add the virtual capture to my layout and then enable that in Firefox because apparently I couldn't do that in Chrome. So Chrome is wonderful.
Okay. I'm going to put you... You know what? Actually, I'm looking at your stream. This doesn't matter for you. Don't worry. There we go. Okay. I'm happy with the way that I've set this up now. Okay. You know what? It may have taken us actually longer than half an hour because we also tried to work this out before this. But it was worth
Very true.
It was worth it. Okay. Then I should put your name there somewhere.
That's a lot of echoes, Jay Gravy. Also, welcome on in.
Wait, is there echo? There we go.
Oh, do we not have shared chat anymore?
Oh, yeah, I probably need to re-enable that. There we go.
Oh, okay, cool. There we go.
Success! We got there eventually!
Yeah. Like, for whatever I mean, not for whatever reason, for lots of reasons, I ended up using Chrome for Twitch, and now I've learned that Firefox may be the preferred thing for the collabs.
Yeah, I was having so many problems when I was using Chrome, I just gave up and swapped permanently to Firefox for all of my Twitch-related needs. Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up switching to Firefox. I used Firefox for a while until I just started getting ads like every time I was doing anything. Like, streams would buffer or pause or like have a delay, and then as soon as it would come back, it would be like I just joined that page and got hit with ads. It didn't do that for Chrome, so I switched to Chrome, and yeah, it's weird. Just Twitch being very ad aggressive has caused me browser issues now.
I'm not gonna lie, I have Turbo, I just have it as a business expense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if I ever get like a stable income, I will end up just getting turbo.
I will.
Yeah.
You know
Anyway,
what? I might be
hello.
able to get you a code for it, actually. Oh, okay. Let me forget about that.
Will do.
But yes, hi everyone. Okay, we're properly starting now.
Yes. You know, we had planned to just sort of like yap for, 20, 30 minutes to give people an opportunity to show up and conversation to get started. And hey, tech issues just did that for us.
Mm-hmm.
I am so sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, no. I mean, I blame John Twitch. I'm holding the Twitch CEO personally responsible for this. I forgot his name. I feel bad.
That's probably the Dan Clancy.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah. Dan Twitch.
Yeah, Dan Twitch.
But actually, yeah. So, I guess, would you mind for my community giving a brief introduction about you and your background?
I can indeed. Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Psydere. I am a research psychologist. So I guess you could probably most accurately describe me as approximately a postdoc now. So I've got my PhD in social psychology, and it was all about conspiracy theories. Yay! Specifically, all about kind of like wait, actually no, wait. How much have I said on stream? It was I know stuff about how groups interact, like group dynamics, and how that might then feed into conspiracy theories and misinformation and stuff like that. Yeah. Would you like to
Yeah,
also
and
introduce yourself?
well, I want to continue your introduction for you for just a moment. Psydere is a YouTuber and Twitch streamer who's been doing science communication in the area of social psychology and experimental psychology for several years now, giving a kind of first person lens through the experience of being a doctoral student in the social sciences, which is not a window that a lot of people have access to. So it's a very great opportunity for viewers of her YouTube channel and her Twitch stream. Until recently, for some reason, she stopped doing this from the perspective of a graduate student. I think it has something to do with the fact that she successfully defended her dissertation this year and was recently awarded her PhD. So, congratulations, Dr.
Thank
Psydere.
you. I'm graduating at a non-specific date, plus or minus today, 1 month either direction. I can't say specifically when because I think that's like a bit too doxy, but at some point,
Fair.
I may have already received it, or I may be receiving it.
Comey Belladonna says, apologies, Racco. Her name is Psydere.
I'm going to fight you.
No. Belladonna said Psydere, and I probably mispronounced it. And then I decided to go on the Psydere joke.
Wait.
Although one of your VTuber avatars, yep, go for it.
I was gonna say I can't put my horns on, my antlers. Wait, can I? Wait. I think I can do this.
Is that this model?
No, it's the other one. Which is wait. This one. I like the way that it just like threateningly moves me away. Oh, there we go. Did somebody do the redeem? Why did I already have them on?
I thought Psydere was your default state.
True. Oh wait, this is the wrong tracking, so I need to swap back. I like how it just loads me in and I'm just standing there menacingly.
The most aggressive cartoon character.
That's my
a little
stance.
Five Nights at Freddy-esque cartoonish stance.
Some kind of like animatronic VTuber model would actually be kind of sick though.
Yeah, that would be. But yeah, a quick introduction to size community. So my name is, well, my Twitch handle is Racodactylus or Racodactylus. Either pronunciation is fine. I have outed myself. My legal name that Johnny Law knows me by is Emilio Lobato. I received my PhD in cognitive and information sciences from the University of California. And I specifically study how people think and reason about reality. Now, I pithily say I study why people believe weird things, including conspiracy theories, science denial, superstitions, prejudice, racism, and so on. So there is content and topical overlap between Dr. Psydere's area of expertise and my area of expertise. So we are very familiar with a lot of the same literatures. So I've been looking forward to a collaboration with Psydere for quite some time. And I'm very, very excited to have the opportunity to contribute to her Autistica / Jingle Jam charity fundraiser. And today we're going to talk about issues related to social media as a vector of information and misinformation in the arena of neurodiversity.
Thank you so much for joining me for this. I really, really appreciate it. It's like, yeah, I've been really looking forward to collabing with you as well. It's like you've been on my bucket list of people to collab with for so long.
Yeah, so I've been streaming for 6 years now, and it has mostly been speedrunning. Like, the science communication is just a little over a year and a half old at this point. I mostly play video games very fast because I stupidly think that's a good use of my time. It is a silly hobby for silly people, and I love it and never wanna give it up. So if anybody does end up joining my stream, most of the time you're gonna see me playing games with a timer, complaining about RNG, resetting the game, letting the timer go, and then yelling at the game because it's always the game's fault. And then just doing that a whole bunch. So yeah, I do that. And you can always poke me to talk about sciencey things even when I'm speedrunning. And I have on more than one occasion had my speedruns interrupted because somebody had asked a question, and I'm just like, I'd actually rather talk about that for a moment.
But you do weekly scicomm streams now, right?
Yes. At the moment, I do them on Wednesdays. So today, perfect timing for this opportunity. Though that may end up changing should I ever find stable employment that may require me to work on Wednesdays, or I may expand to doing it 2 days a week because these are by quite some margin my most viewed and attended streams, and I am on a partner push at the moment. So anything to boost my numbers is really good. So
Let's
may end up doing this
go.
more in the future.
You can do it. We're cheering you on. We're cheering you on.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. I find that my science communication streams are like the most popular by a significant margin as well. I think there's definitely an appetite for that kind of stuff. Like, definitely.
Yeah.
And that makes me happy.
Which is really validating. One, because like, you know, I and I'm sure you've gone through this as well. You've chosen to get a PhD in a field that you are passionate about and you like talking about. And everybody I know who has a PhD, chemistry, physics, psychology, neuroscience, whatever, is really passionate about it. And there's an audience out there of people who are also interested and want to hear us be passionate about chemistry, paleontology, biology, neuroscience, whatever. And platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Twitch give us those opportunities to connect with audiences that we may not otherwise be able to connect with. And it's really validating. So thank you to all the viewers out there for watching these things. That's really cool.
Yeah, thank you everybody. It is genuinely so appreciated because like when I first started streaming, I had no streaming experience before I started doing the scicomm stuff. I just jumped straight into it because I was like, well, I'm gonna start with what I know. So I like don't really play many video games in general, which is quite funny given that I you know, now stream on what is mostly meant to be a gaming platform. I'm trying to play some games now though. To be fair, grad school kind of stops you sometimes. I build time for it.
Yeah. I did speedrunning while I was a grad student because I figured, well, if I've only got an hour to play a game, let's figure out if we can play the whole game in an hour.
That is actually excellent logic. Like, that is genuinely really smart.
Yeah, I really like the messenger. Let's see if we can get this done in 40 minutes. Like, yeah, that works.
But then it's like, I guess it's like, do you have like a competitive element to it, or do you just do it out of personal satisfaction?
So there is a competitive element to the speedrunning scene, and I'm not going to say that I'm not competitive because I have raced, Space Narc in chat. We've raced The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, and other members of the community have raced things before, Legend of Mana, The Messenger, Shantae Pirate's Curse, etc. So there is a competitive element because, like, I want to do well, but outside of those contexts, for me, the only person I'm competing against is my past self. Like, my personal best is what I'm competing against. I'm not competing against anybody else's. Now, I do know people in the speedrunning community who do have that competitive spirit that is other directed of like, oh, I can't wait to be the world record holder for a particular game, which means I need to beat this person's time. But ultimately, speedrunning is a truly like collaborative competition because what counts as a valid run is something that the community has agreed on. So you have to share your information about glitches and manipulations and tech, and it has to be agreed upon by the community. So the competitiveness is there, but it is ultimately couched in what has to be a community-based collaboration. So it's weird competition that is just accessible to a lot of non-competitive people too.
That sounds like weirdly analogous to what science is moving towards, though, which is quite fun.
Oh yeah, the like adversarial collaboration type thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a thing. So there's an incentive on my channel that if we get to 500 sub points, I will actually write a manuscript on stream about like a science manuscript. The intention is to submit it to a journal about the nature of speedrunning in a way that I haven't seen anybody else talk about yet, and things like that. But you know, it's a very ambitious incentive, but it actually does touch on that, the fact that the speedrunning scene is by its very nature collaborative and facilitates, as a consequence of that, pro-sociality, which stands in contrast to other elements of online gaming cultures, especially competitive gaming cultures, that end up fostering a lot of like toxic extremism. Which there's a ton of research about, things like Call of Duty and Minecraft and Roblox like being places of fomenting extremism. The speedrunning community might actually be a nice subcultural contrast to that, but you know, somebody needs to write that.
No, I genuinely hope that you get to that, because that sounds really, really interesting. I definitely would read that, but also I was like laughing to myself a little bit there because in a previous life I used to play Call of Duty competitively.
Oh yeah, and not everybody who does competitive. I used to do Super Smash Brothers competitively. Yeah. Like, you know,
that's also meant to be pretty toxic.
Yeah, like I went to tournaments. I won a local regional tournament when I was living in Florida, things like that. Like, you know, yeah, that's not to say that everybody who does competitive gaming is toxic, but as an environment, it may facilitate toxic elements in a way that other kinds of gaming communities may not. And not just speedrunning, but more chill vibes-based games like the Sims communities and things like that may actually be more pro-social. And this can run against the stereotype of like gaming communities being a bunch of socially destructive, angry young men, which certainly there are some, but like we're not populated entirely by that genre of person. We are a wide and diverse group, including pro-social people.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I was pretty toxic when I played Call of Duty, I'm not gonna lie. But I was also like 15, and I think everyone's toxic when they're 15.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly on my best behavior when I was a Smash player.
Like Curry says, where's the toxic Stardew Valley comp scene? I'm sure there is. Okay, actually, no. Animal Crossing is actually toxic. There is actually a toxic Animal Crossing community. Let me tell you about this, right? So there was like an entire, especially during the pandemic, this went wild during the pandemic. there ended up being like a black market of Animal Crossing furniture items, and like people were really vicious. They like imagine all of the worst part of market economics, but like now it's like, you know, people that feel really, really isolated, and also like, you know, it's young women, and sometimes they kind of develop a toxic dynamic that's slightly toxic in a different way. Yeah, it was like that kind of environment. And it got really, really cursed. Like people were charging like real money and being like really, really unpleasant to each other. It was kind of similar to like the secondhand clothing apps. Sometimes they can also get really toxic. It was kind of similar to that. So there was,
it's kind of interesting that when it's kind of interesting that when capitalism gets involved, toxicity just follows.
Yeah, right?
Which is actually probably like this is actually part of my argument for speedrunning being kind of anti-toxic, is because like the bulk of speedrunning events are charity fundraisers. They're not for prize money. Like there are those like Break the Record Live and all that, and that's really cool. But like Games Done Quick, European Speedrunners Assembly, RPG Limit Break, they're all charity fundraisers, raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness or the Swedish Alzheimer's Foundation or things like that. So like capitalism is involved there, but through the charitable lens of just like, well, we need money to fund all these things to make the world better, to fight the problems that are brought on by capitalism, rather than like, oh, capitalism's involved, let's get like moneyed interest in the way. So it makes is not surprising to me that Animal Crossing would all, especially since the theme of Animal Crossing is you owe Tom Nook bells. So the foundation of Animal Crossing is you're in debt to a landlord.
Yeah,
so toxicity just follows.
It's kind of funny because the original Animal Crossing GameCube game was just kind of inherently toxic, because Tom Nook was just pure. He was evil. He was a horrible little creature. He would just like, if he would be rude to you, he'd be like, you have to work in my shop for basically no money. Yes. And then like they made him nicer as the series developed, because I think they realized having him as like the evil Monopoly bad guy maybe doesn't really fit with the vibe that people are getting out of the series in general.
There's also something to be said for just like the gradual rehabilitation of villainous characters to the point where they are characters that you either identify as cute or possibly even identify with. And I'm thinking more of characters like stormtroopers from Star Wars or the Joker from Batman and things like that. And not Ozymandias, Dr. Manhattan from The Watchmen, where we just have seen this gradual like rehabilitation of villainous characters. And this goes back to the 70s, like you could with like Final Fantasy VII and Sephiroth and everything like that. I think we just have this desire to eventually want to save the bad guys, and it gets weird real quick.
I can fix him for real.
Yeah, because like some of these characters have done, like, you know, Tom Nook being a landlord capitalist, that's exploitative and abusive, but then some of these other villainous characters who are treated as almost maybe anti-heroes, it's like, no, they've actually just like killed schools of people or planets of people. I don't think we should try to rehabilitate Darth Vader, like, or the stormtroopers from the Star Wars Empire. Like the 501st Star Wars fan legion thing is just like, why did you go out? Like, why did you identify with the stormtroopers as opposed to the rebels? Like, that's a weird line, you know?
That is, mate. Look, some of us just feel like we're all just like, you know, genetically modified clones or something. I can't remember the lore. It's been a long time since I watched Star Wars.
Yeah.
Most of my Star Wars knowledge has been like warped through the Lego Star Wars video game.
So should
Down
we
with capitalism.
maybe turn to
Cider
some
smug.
of the research today?
Yeah, let's do it. We are actually here to do science today, not just yapping. Take that, everyone.
I really, this is what a lot of scientists do. In fact, like this is a weird window into the life of a scientist. Is a lot of our ideas come from casual conversations that we're having over,
Mhm.
the water cooler at the bar kind of thing. There's actually a phenomenon called like back of the envelope or back of the cocktail napkin math, where people over a casual conversation will end up getting stimulus bound to an idea, and they just sort of develop it into a research study or a paper idea or anything like that. So the conversation that we've just had is very, very common among scholars and
Mhm.
becomes the germ of ideas that flourish, become defining papers in people's careers, so to speak. So that this is a part of science too.
It is. It is. My true story is that I introduced my supervisor to the concept of trad wives, and they're now doing some research into it. So.
Oh no. So also a true story about how I ended up getting involved, because initially I wanted to be a neuropsychologist studying traumatic brain injury, and I had actually made some moves towards that. But I got involved in studying why people believe weird things because of the website fark.com, which was a news aggregator website. FARK, not to be confused with whatever the narco terrorist group in South America is, which is also known as FARC, at least I think. But like, yeah, I was just making some observations on there and conversations with people on their forums, and I was just like, oh, I could study this question that I now have as a consequence, and then that has now become my career. So, yeah, it takes all kinds.
That's so satisfying, though. I love like a how I got into research story that's just like I just kind of enjoyed doing a thing, and now I do it as a job. Like that's the most satisfying kind.
But yeah, so anybody, well, I guess we have the shared chat now.
Mhm.
So I like to have a paste bin where I keep all the references that I organize a stream around, a scicomm stream around. So if anybody in my chat does the references command, so exclamation point refs, references, whatever, something like that, you'll get a link to a paste bin, and it will have links to articles that Cy and I are going to talk about, and then additional articles that I may end up talking about after our collaboration is over, because my scicomm streams go 8-10 hours kind of thing, and I don't think you have the time to
No.
do that.
I am
um
unfortunately British, which means that I have to go to bed at some point.
yeah, so if anybody does that command, you'll get you'll see the articles that we'll be talking about, as well as other articles that can help add additional context. But we'll be talking about a couple of articles that have to do with the platform's TikTok and their usefulness or not usefulness in spreading information and misinformation about ADHD and autism.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let me show that
Excellent.
off
That's
on.
the refs.
Yeah, let me show
That's
that off
such a
on
useful
my.
command.
Yeah. So that's on my stream, on my layout. You can see the paste bin. The links are there. I believe most of those links are to open access articles, but if not, you still get the abstract. And then we'll be going over them in like the direct papers in just a moment. So we'll kind of read through them.
Do you mind if we take a like a thumbnail very quickly so that I can post a go live announcement at some
Oh yeah, sure.
point? 3, 2, 1, cheese. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So, yeah, so we so originally how our idea for this the ideas for this stream started, I think, was I had a random like a psychology news bulletin basically come into my emails, and it was like misinformation about ADHD on TikTok. And I was like, I don't have much time, but that sounds vaguely relevant. So I just sent it to Racco and was like, let's see what rabbit holes we end up going down. And we both went down some rabbit holes when we were looking at that paper. So one of the papers that we looked at was about ADHD, and one of them was about autism. But they're both about misinformation on TikTok. Now, the reason why I think ADHD is still fine to include is because Autistica focuses specifically on autism, but they do also do advocacy around neurodiversity in general. And ADHD and autism have a lot of overlap. Like the co-occurrence is pretty high. So a lot of people who are autistic also have ADHD. So I don't think that you can kind of just like neatly go like, oh, this is one thing and this is a different thing. That like they both come under the umbrella of misinformation about neurodiversity. And for anyone that doesn't know, neurodiversity is the idea that there is like natural human variation in the way that our brain kind of develops. And in some cases, that leads to what would historically have been considered developmental disorders. Now they're considered just differences or conditions. So things like autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, basically where someone's cognitive abilities are a bit different to the average person. Just like if you take like a random person off the street, like the most prototypical average person, they might have differences in their language abilities, like for example with dyslexia. They might have differences in their social abilities, like you might see in autism. And you also might see differences in attention, like in ADHD, or sometimes you have some mixture of all of the above. I'm pretty open about being neurodivergent myself. I'm diagnosed with autism and dyspraxia. So, I mean, I only really identify as being autistic though, because like I said, it all kind of just bundles together. But yeah, so I have clinically observable levels of differences in the way that I process, especially social information, but also kind of information in general, and like sensory problems sometimes where like lights feel too bright or loud noises feel too loud. It's a whole thing. We won't kind of go down that rabbit hole too much unless we want to. I think the misinformation's kind of more interesting, to be honest.
So that's actually a good something that I forgot to ask you about prior to stream. How did we want to introduce this idea of person first language versus identity
Yeah.
first language, and to give people an idea of that, there is there are different viewpoints on how to refer to people who have been formally diagnosed with a particular condition or situation. And these generally fall under the headings of person first labels. So, like person with autism or person with ADHD, um, or identity first language, where the autistic person or the ADHD person places that at the start because they have incorporated it and accepted it as a part of who they are. It is not something they have, it is part of their personhood. And there are disagreements about which is more accurate, not necessarily accurate, but like which is more preferable. People do have differences of opinion about this, and uh I'm not a member, to my knowledge, at least at the very least formally, I've never been diagnosed with anything but clinical depression. So I don't have any of those other types of things. So I'm coming at this from an outsider's perspective, uh and my vantage point is communicate with the person that you're communicating with to find out what they're most comfortable with. So if anybody out there is more comfortable with identity based language, or identity first language, or person first language, please just let us know that when we are talking to you, or anything like that. And so let me ask you, Sai, how do you prefer to be referred to as in this context? Identity first, person first, it doesn't matter, both are fine. Like where do you stand on this?
My personal stance is that I prefer identity first. And my reasoning for that is because I do think that I am obviously I'm a person regardless of it, and my personality is regardless of it. But I do also think that it shapes the way that my personality expresses, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
So like I'm actually pretty extroverted, but I still need to take quite significant time away from socializing, depending on the context. So like online, I could be in a Discord call with people literally back to back 7 hours a day, no problem, 7 days a week, not a bother. But if I'm like actually going out and interacting with people face to face, one-to-one's normally okay-ish. When it's like groups or if it's in like a loud environment, then I need to have a bit of decompression time. So I normally have to have a day or two afterwards where I'm just by myself.
Mhm.
But yeah, so it's stuff like that. Like I kind of have to, like, I still have, my personality is there, but it is almost like mediated by the fact that I'm autistic. Like, I think my extroversion would probably be different if I was neurotypical, for example.
Quite possibly, yeah. So yeah, thank you for that. I will keep that in mind. And in chat, Ika Ikatono said that their sister is in healthcare working with autistic children, and according to her, the strong consensus is that identity first is preferred for autism, at least in the U.S. And I've heard things like that as well, where I've heard that the individuals themselves do have a tendency, though it's not universal, to prefer identity first language. Whereas among some healthcare providers or parents and family, person first language tends to be preferred and ultimately they're kind of serving different objectives. One is about the incorporation, recognition of human variation, human diversity in being a person, and another is about highlighting the fact that all of these people are in fact people and are deserving of equal rights, equal treatment under the law, equal opportunities, access to education, healthcare, uh, uh, occupational and economic outputs. So there are differences in sort of the goals of using the language, but I do think at the end of the day, if you're talking to somebody and they say, "Oh, I've been diagnosed with this," just ask them what they prefer. Like it's an easy thing to do. So, um, and our language and our understanding of all of these issues, because these are sociological issues, they're evolving over time, and in 50 years we may be having a different kind of conversation about all of this anyways. So um yeah, it's eh, you know uh just something for all of us to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I think there have finally been a few like survey based studies
Hmm.
into this even. And yeah, the preliminary evidence is like reflecting that pattern of like generally autistic people seem to prefer identity first, and
Hmm.
normally like healthcare workers and their families prefer person first. But
Hmm.
I think it's important to recognize that a lot of the time when they're doing that kind of research, it's like self-report research, which means that the people who are reporting are like often quite verbal. So like I, for example, would fall into this category. I don't stop talking. I am a yapper. But that's not the case for a lot of autistic people. A lot of autistic people are either they don't talk very much or they're entirely non-verbal. They don't talk at all. Maybe they like communicate through other ways, sometimes text, but often it's kind of like alternative languages or technologies like Makaton or augmented communication devices. Um, yeah. So yeah, it's important to recognize that in a way, like I kind of within the autistic community, I'm probably on the more like privileged end, if that makes sense, because I'm highly educated. I'm very very probably too verbal, and I people listen to me as a result.
Yeah, and something that you've said when describing the neurodiversity community, it's a recognition that there's variation. An oft repeated thing on my own channel is diversity and variation is just sort of the defining feature of the universe at sort of every level. People are no different, and we run into problems when we start trying to impose like strict categorical boundaries on all sorts of things, whether that is diagnostic labels. We've gone from diagnosing things as either you have it or you don't, to recognizing that there's a spectrum of having sort of all sorts of things, uh, to sort of how we aggregate people. Like those groups, those categories exist for our convenience, but they're not accurate. The universe is diverse and varied, and we are part of the universe, so we are that. And the more we recognize that, and the more that we appreciate and value that, the more we can actually get closer to accurate understanding of the universe rather than just convenient understanding of the universe. And I think science is getting to a point where we can move beyond convenience uh, to get a little bit more accuracy. And then we'll probably do the same thing in another 100 years and another 500 years and so on, because science doesn't stop.
Mhm.
The brilliant Irish comedian Dara O'Brien has a line from one of his acts that I also quote a lot, which is that science knows it doesn't know everything, otherwise it'd stop. So we're not done. We're just having a conversation now, and tomorrow the conversation may be different, and it's certainly going to be different than it was yesterday. And we all just have to approach it in good faith.
Absolutely, absolutely. Also, that's such a good quote. I love that so much. Dara O'Brien's such a legend.
Yeah. But all right. So yeah, I guess we can maybe jump a little into some of the empirical literature. So on my layout, I've pulled up the paper. I don't know if you pull it up on your screen or if we just want to talk about it.
Um,
But
can we do literally like 3 more minutes of yapping, because there's just literally just had an ad start.
yeah, perfectly fair.
Classic. I don't think I'm gonna bring up the paper because I don't have enough. I don't know where to put it. I don't think I have enough space on my. But I think that's
Oh,
fine.
you can cover me up.
No. I think the way that we can talk about it will still work, even though I don't
Okay.
have the paper up. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Yeah.
All right, cool. Also, yeah, welcome in OPSEC and everybody else who's come in. It's good to see you, Marlu Red. Martin Scorsese is the current Sith Lord. Uh-oh. I don't know where the conversation went to get to that one.
I have so many questions.
Yeah. Yeah, only a Sith deals in absolutes. Gotcha. Yeah.
Ah, I see. Okay, this makes sense now.
Okay. Yeah, it's all coming together. The Star Wars thing, yeah, okay, cool. An ad without Pikmin? Are we free? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
so if
mean-
anybody doesn't get that on Sai's channel when she takes a break, she's got a wonderful version of a song that she has sung that she plays during an ad break, and it's about Pikmin.
It's terrible. So I think it might be the single worst thing that I've done as a VTuber.
No, I mean, I think it's amazing. Actually, I've gotten it stuck in my head a couple of times, especially since a member of my community, Space Narc, has started speedrunning Pikmin. So I think the last time he streamed, I was watching him, and just in my head, I was just sort of, whatever the 1,000,000,011 line is, I was just sort of singing that in my own head.
Pikmin 18 billion and 11.
There we go.
It was really fun doing the like parody lyrics for that, actually, because like the original one's a parody anyway. But it's like focused on the actual games and like all of the ridiculous marketing that Nintendo does, like the crossover products. And then like I was like, I want to cover this because I don't know how this ended up happening, but it became a meme for like British VTubers to cover this song. But then I was like, I want to make it sciencey, so I thought about all of the ways that Pikmin could be branded in science potentially. Yeah.
It was really good, and because you also cover like at the very least reference a lot of different sciences as well. Like it's not specifically psych oriented or neuro oriented. Like there's quantum, there's chemistry, there's all sorts of stuff. Like you talk about covalent bonds and everything. It's just like, yeah, you covered the range.
There's even like a meteorology reference that I think made exactly 2 people happy that have ever watched it.
Nice.
Everyone else is like, what is a balloon mounted radio sonde? What is that?
Nice. Oh,
okay,
so
I think my ad's done.
Cool. Yeah, and then let's jump into this. And as a reminder, this is part of a charity fundraiser for Autistica. So if you're over on Sai's channel, there are links and things like that to help you donate. And looking at your layout, it looks like you had a goal at £2,000, and you've currently raised 2,100 so far.
Mhm.
With it looks like a recent £100 donation from Space Narc. So what are the incentives that you had laid out for people to donate? Because you've got
That's
some interesting ones, right?
yes. Well, okay. So when I finished, so I took yesterday off. When I finished streaming on Monday, I think we were at like 1,500. I want to say. So then I put down a bunch of milestones to go up to 2,000, and then we like almost hit 2,000 while I was offline. So I need to think of some more milestones. But so far, I have to let chat choose my hot drink. I have like a bunch of like scary looking packaged hot drinks that I'm gonna let them choose which one I have. I have to open a Labubu. It's like
That's
that was a reaction.
Cruel. Yeah.
One of my friends sent me a genuine Labubu, so yeah, I have to open it on stream. We've already faced my fear of neutron stars. We've done that. I had to learn about neutron stars because like the radiation really freaks me out. I'm going to be building a gingerbread house on stream at some point. I have to play Uma Musume. Do you know about Uma Musume?
That's the horse girl anime gotcha game, right?
So I have to play that.
Yep.
I'm going to be making a Nightcore version of the Pikmin song.
Nice.
I revealed my the alternate recolor of my model, which looks like a vampire. I'm going to be building Lego on stream as well. And then also I have to do another parody song release, which is, do you know Edamame by Baby No Money and Rich Brian?
No, I know
Okay.
edamame the food, and that's about it.
I will send you this after the stream. It's really cursed. It's like basically Baby No Money makes like ironic like hip hop, I guess, basically. So Edamame is just arrogant rapper but ironic, basically. Like the lyrics are ridiculous. And I've changed it to make it about a arrogant PI.
Oh, so just a PI.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I have to record that now. And then 1,500 was Adventure Time karaoke. 1,750 was Make a Greg's in Minecraft. And now we've hit 2,000. I have to. So for anyone that doesn't know, Greg's is a bakery chain in the UK. They are like my comfort food. There's a soft place in my heart for Greg's, you know, like it was like I'm struggling at uni, so I'm going to go and get a Greg's to cheer me up because it's like £1.50 for a sausage roll, you know. It was like that kind of thing. Well, I think it was £1 back then, but yeah.
Something just connected for me. So prior to stream, I let Sai know that for whatever reason in my mind, I had thought of her as Scottish, and Greg's is actually probably why, is because stereotypes that I have heard from like comedians like Frankie Boyle and Lee Mack and all that about Scottish people is they really love pasties. And one that I've heard a lot is like the Greg's sausage roll. So that's actually probably where I made that connection. I just made it up in my head, and now it's making sense.
Funniest thing is that Greg's is actually English.
Yeah, I know.
That's so funny. That makes so much sense now.
Yeah. Okay. Neurons are firing in a way that they weren't earlier. Okay.
It all makes sense now. Yeah. But yeah, my final level was at 2,000. I have to reach out to Greg's for a sponsorship, and we'll do a sponsored video guesser stream because I'm very good at finding the locations of Greg's stores for some reason.
Nice. And then, yeah, Flatulence says that reaching out to the Oshi Trinity at
Oh yeah,
1,000.
reaching out to the Oshi Trinity. I have to email Tom Scott. I forgot who the other two were. Wait, the other two: Tom Scott, Professor Karen Douglas. Who was the third one? I forgot who my own Oshi is.
Yeah, I only knew of that Karen was. I didn't know about Tom Scott and this mystery third person.
I've written down Bill Nye. It wasn't Bill Nye. Bill Nye is. Can I be honest? Bill Nye actually isn't like I never watched Bill Nye when I was a kid. So, oh wait, maybe it was the British equivalent. Okay, I think I don't I don't know for certain. It might have been Professor Brian Cox, who's like an astronomer.
I was gonna say Brian Cox, but then I thought, no, he's way too young to be the equivalent of Bill Nye.
He's older
and also
than
I don't know if Brian. Well, yeah, I know because he was in D-Ream in the 80s and all that, but like he wasn't doing child science education the way Bill Nye was, so I didn't think of that. Yeah,
but he was he would be getting so basically like his TV programs were the ones that I would be sat down in front of as a kid, because like it was always kid friendly in the sense of being like wholesome, I guess, and educational, and he's quite charismatic, to be fair to him.
Yeah, and he also does collab a lot with Dara O'Brien, and they have a sort of a wonderful little bromance, which is really cool.
Yeah, he's 57. He doesn't look it. He looks like 12.
Yeah, he's a lanky guy. That probably does make him look like a lot younger.
He does look very, very like Manchester though. That probably means nothing to you, but to me it does. Like the city
I'll
that
take
he's
your word
from,
for it.
the city that he's from, like wait, Oldham's in Manchester, right? Or is Oldham in Yorkshire? I forget. Oldham. Oldham. Where are you? Yeah, a town in Greater Manchester. Okay, I know my British geography. Yeah, the town that
just find the nearest Greg's.
Yeah. The city he's from, like, it's also the city that like Oasis are from. So I feel like there's like a look of like dudes from Manchester between a certain age, and he has the look, you know?
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, should we actually do the science now? Sorry.
I guess. That's Greg positioning system. Oh yeah, that's your GPS is a Greg's positioning system. I like it. So which one do you want to start with? Do you want to start with the Shiros et al. Article or the Aragon Guevara? Okay. Cool.
I would like to start with the Shiros one because I have opinions on that one. And the other one, the Aragon Guevara one, Guevara, there we go. That one, I have less written down, but
it's much more straightforward, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It was very, it's really nice to just occasionally see a paper that's like 6 pages long and one study. Like that made me so happy. Ow, I'm sorry. I'm like hurting myself. It's the dyspraxia, ignore it. Yeah, no, I'm like, I'm really happy to finally see a paper that is just 6 pages, one study, not overblown, not like, this is life-changing. Like, they're just upfront, it's probably important, but this is kind of just a bit exploratory. Also, we just did this. Here it is clearly described. And this is the results, and no fancy over-the-top statistics, just normal stuff. Like,
yeah,
so
there's a weird sort of cultural shift over the past like 25, 30-ish years in the empirical social sciences like psychology, neuroscience, cognitive science, where the publishing trend is more, bigger, more, bigger. and more complex. So it's becoming harder and harder these days to find a reputable, solid journal to publish in where you're just doing one study with a relatively straightforward, simple design and analysis plan. Uh, you need either a big study with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of data points, big data kind of thing, and a ton of complex analysis, or you need a paper that is like, well, here's study 1, 2, and 3, even though they're all basically the same study. It's a weird cultural dynamic in our profession at the moment.
And I personally find it a bit annoying, especially when, in social psych, we have a really bad habit of just like, and now a mediation analysis, yippee! And I'm like, oh my God, please, there's no need for this. Stop it. And then they never follow it up with like an experimental mediation. And I'm just like sitting there like, pulling my hair out. Like, you can't just say that things might be now causal because you've done a mediation. That's not what that does.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, like I have a lot of those problems when people just use regression analysis, because like regression analysis, the language that we've developed around regression analysis is causal. So we have predictor variables and outcome variables, and so that language implies causal relationships. But a regression analysis is just a super fancy correlation analysis. Causation is theoretically inferred by what you presume happens first, or it's actually empirically a part of it because you've assigned people to a time point, and so like causation only goes in one temporal direction, so you can put your predictors that were earlier in time and then your outcomes are later. So yeah, I get really frustrated when I'm reviewing papers and they're using causal language in a regression analysis, but it's a correlational study. It's maddening. And so yeah, I've got lots of opinions about this paper too on a lot of that front.
I didn't even make it to the results. Like I like went on a really weird rabbit hole down into their methodology, and then I was like, I can't do this. And I would like to be clear. I would like to be clear. Okay, one thing I like to say sometimes, because sometimes when I'm talking about things on stream, I get a little heated. I would like to be clear. If you are any of the authors reading this, I don't know if you do this too, but I definitely do this. Sometimes I over exaggerate things for for entertainment purposes. This is still a stream. Please don't take anything that I'm gonna say like personally. It is how I feel, but if I were writing to you as a colleague, I'd be nicer about it.
I, on the other hand, no, I'm kidding.
I'm reviewer too, and I'm proud of it. God damn it.
I am a reviewer too, and I am proud of that because I do think we should be. I think we should be highly critical, but it's important to be highly critical in a way that is constructive. It's just some people don't like, and I've been on the receiving end of reviewer too as well. It's hard to look past the criticism as the constructive that it is trying to be. But yes, to anybody, like, researchers are people, and unless we are talking about like a race scientist researcher, and I've talked about them on my stream before, I'm not insulting anybody's value as a person. We're all still learning and we can all still do better, and just because something is published doesn't mean it's perfect. We can still critique it legitimately, and that's just also a part of science as well. But real quick, Baron of Bile asked in chat a very interesting question. Is it possible to publish research if you're not tied to a university? And the answer is yes. You can be an industry-affiliated scientist, so working for a social media company or a pharmaceutical company or an agricultural company. You can publish in journals, or you can be an independent researcher. A lot of clinical psychologists, for example, they run a private clinical practice, but they publish still. Not as frequently because they're not research scientists, but they still publish, and they just list their affiliation as independent scholar. So you can absolutely publish even if you're not at a university.
I actually do that. I have a job outside of academia and I still publish, and I publish under the organization that I work for that obviously I won't say.
MI6, yes.
Yes, clearly. I am the psyop.
Psyop, Psydere. I'm sure
Exactly.
it's all connected.
I'm waiting patiently for someone to trigger the X-Files. But yeah, this paper.
Yep.
So this paper by Shiros and colleagues. It was a wild ride. Okay, there we go. That's the X-Files. It was a wild ride. It was a wild ride. I started off like I was like, oh, the concept of this is really interesting. I'm excited. And then I didn't make it to the results because I was low-key kind of annoyed by their theoretical choices and methodology, and then I never got to the result.
Yeah,
I think you did
my
make it to the
approach to
result.
articles, that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah, my approach is always to start with the method section. Like when I was a lot younger and like a new scientist and all that, read the intro to get the justification. But I've now been around the block. So also for anybody in chat, I am, and I'm just going to put this generously, very old and much older than Psy. So we have different styles for approaching this. Some of them are just a function of our experience. So I just skip right to the methods section. So I didn't even read the intro. So I went through their methods and was like, okay, interesting stuff. Okay, everything's shunted to the supplementals for their pilot study. That's fine. And then like their results and data analysis plan. And then I was just like, oh, I'm going to live here forever because I have nothing but thoughts. And concerns and criticisms and trying to make sense of things. So I didn't even get to approach trying to understand this theoretically or conceptually because I was so bogged down in the nitty gritty detail. Which is a nice thing to illustrate that we are both approaching this same paper from different perspectives and different approaches to notice different things, both positive and negative. And we'll hopefully get to some of that in just a little bit.
Yeah. So I think that's the first thing that I wanted to say. Actually, I'll link the paper actually for people in my chat. I don't have it on screen. The first thing that I wanted to say about it, where is the DOI actually? Hello? Okay. Well, you're just getting the normal Springer link then. There you go. Okay. So this was the first paper. The first thing I want to say is I think that misinformation about neurodiversity is genuinely a really important topic, and I am glad that research is being done on it. I actually hadn't really looked into misinformation about neurodiversity that much, like academically, but because I have been active in neurodiversity advocacy spaces, I have seen a lot of it. I was also kind of interested in TikTok specifically because I've heard so many things from my friends about the misinformation on there, but I don't use it because I'm scared of it. I fear that if I have a TikTok account, I'll like never come off the platform. So, yeah. But I do use YouTube Shorts. Not loads. I still prefer long form, but I am ultimately still a millennial. But you know, I do sometimes dabble in a little bit of YouTube Shorts, and I think the two things are fairly comparable. So, yeah. Not like I'm going into this completely blind in a way, but I also wanted to acknowledge that because of that, I might have my own preconceptions about what I was expecting to see. Yeah.
Yeah, so only in recent years have I started to branch out about like people believing weird things basically about groups of people. You know, I got started like, why do people believe in creationism or why do people deny climate change? And then in the last like throughout my doctoral education, it was like, oh wait, a lot of these things are tied to like the eugenics movement or race pseudoscience or misogyny and patriarchy. And it's like, oh, actually, yeah, a lot of sexist claims are themselves empirical claims. A lot of ableist and sanist claims are empirical claims. oh, yeah, there's a connection here. And that was actually what my dissertation was about, is the connection between prejudice and all these other things. And I've only recently in the last few years been paying attention to misinformation specifically in those areas, like people with disabilities, whether they're physical, cognitive, developmental, acquired, whatever, and misinformation about groups of people, like racial or ethnic minorities, religious minorities, sex and gender minorities, and so on. So this is still relatively new to me as well, but one of the great things is we're not the only scientists out there, and tons of other clever and interested and passionate people have already done work and have recognized and raised these issues, so that we can find these articles, so that we can learn from them, and then hopefully be able to contribute our own spin on it in our own way. Um, so yeah. Yeah. So misinformation about neurodiversity, misinformation about mental health issues is really important uh, from my vantage point, like as a research topic, but it does have a very important human cost, because misinformation about, say, how to treat something like depression or bipolar disorder or ADHD or autism, like how to cope with it, how to live with it, how to treat it, how to do whatever, there's a human being involved, and if we're not smart about it, we're going to end up hurting those people. um,
Yeah.
so being
And
able to study how we do that on social media is important, because social media has a wider reach, and so there's more people on the
yeah.
other side of the screen, and we need to be careful of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking like the classic misinformation linked to neurodiversity would be vaccines cause autism, which yeah, that like we're still seeing the effects of that one today in terms of
Yeah.
like measles, both vaccine uptake for me for the MMR jab, but then also the knock on impacts, like the number of cases of measles in certain areas in certain countries is going up, and
Hmm.
that is in part because of those false narratives that have been spread because of basically just one single flawed study from a guy that had very significant conflicts of interests that then subsequently had his paper retracted and his license revoked, and people still use it. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, Andrew Wakefield is who's the lead author on the study that Cy mentioned. He needs to be brought up on trial for crimes against humanity. Like
yeah.
he has blood on his hands,
Mm-hmm.
and purely for money.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know. I would say things that would get Twitch TOS violated if I revealed my true thoughts about Andrew Wakefield. I am never inviting him to my birthday party. I'll say that much.
Oh no. I have a family member who genuinely believes that my autism is as a result of like the having the MMR vaccine, because I think I'm probably right around the age where the hype was at its maximum, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I did have it, and yeah, there's a certain family member that I have who is absolutely convinced that that's why I'm autistic. Never mind the fact that I have, a biological sibling who also has ADHD. And like I said, the two things tend to go together. Seem to have
Yeah.
similar genetic roots, but you know.
Yeah.
Never mind that. That's completely irrelevant because it was definitely the vaccine.
And if not that, then clearly it's the Tylenol that your mother took or
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Or what do you call it in England? Paracetamol.
Paracetamol. Yeah.
Paracetamol. Yeah.
I always forget that it's got a different name.
Well, yeah. Tylenol is just like a brand name that we have here. Like
Ah.
when we don't call it Tylenol, we call it acetaminophen. Because that's the actual drug name.
Okay.
Is paracetamol a brand over there? Or is that actually just an alternate
No,
name
that's the
for it?
generic name. I
Oh,
don't know
okay.
why we call it that. Yeah, but like, funnily enough, I actually have a packet of like generic
Yeah.
drugstore paracetamol 500 milligram tablets on my desk because I had a headache.
I mean, who knows why the English say anything that they do? I mean, you all
It's
have
true.
the letter U in the word color, and that
Yes.
does not make any sense to me.
It doesn't make sense, but it's still right.
And you say aluminium, which no, that's just wrong.
But that's where the eyes are. There's alu-min.
We don't have an
E-um.
I there.
Wait, what?
We've made it more efficient. It's just aluminum. No
That's
I.
right.
One fewer syllable.
This is American efficiency. That's capitalism at work. Get rid of the redundancy.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. No. There's a city in England that I have never been able to pronounce if I'm reading it. Leicester.
Yeah,
It's
that's right.
spelled like
Leicester.
Leicester or something like that. And it's just like, no, you can't make fun of the French. You can't make fun of the French language for not pronouncing all the letters if you have Leicester.
It's true. We do also have Worcestershire, which just misses out an entire syllable. Yeah, Derby is Derby, exactly.
And then you have Newcastle, but there's no Old Castle, so why not just call it Castle? You just all sorts of weird.
Admittedly, a lot of the weird place names are in the Midlands, and I don't claim the Midlands. That's where Birmingham is.
That's fair. But yeah, so misinformation about neurodiversity, things like that. There's a human cost, and we need to be careful about what we consume as consumers of information, and also what we produce as producers of information, and how we navigate the system. So that there is research looking at social media in general, or specific platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, or whatever, is really, really cool. And we can learn a lot from that research, even if, as we'll demonstrate, we can still constructively criticize the research. The intent is we'll do better research in the future. That's all.
Yeah. Always more research. That's how, I don't know if any of you will know, the way that the streamer Ludwig described his content strategy is he calls it yoink and twist. So he'll yoink someone else's idea and then twist it into his own thing. And that's also science.
Nice. Yeah, very cool. So do you want to get us started with this paper then?
Yeah. So when I was reading the paper, as Rako said, I did the earlier career research. What's the right way to describe it? I did the earlier career thing of just starting from the beginning. But I don't know if it's like a career stage thing for me.
You read normally. I jumped to the middle of the story.
Because everyone that I know does the same thing as you. They also all jump, maybe they will read the research questions at the bottom of the introduction, but then they will go from the methods. I think I'm the weird one. But if I don't read it linearly, then I really struggle to process it. That's why I do it like that. And it means that I take a long time to read it, but I get there eventually. But I kind of am thinking about the theory at least when I get there. So I started from the beginning, and I give 100 minutes to the paper. The yapping must happen. So I started from the beginning, and the first thing that I noticed, I think in literally I want to say it's in the first, it's either in the first or second paragraph, they define misinformation very explicitly as unintentionally false information. So information that is shared without the intention of without meaning for it to be false information. So someone sharing it on, not realizing it's false. And that straight away was just interesting to me, because that's not the way that I've used the phrase, the term misinformation. The way that I've always used it is that disinformation is when there is an intentionality around it. It's purposely shared, normally for financial reasons or political reasons, but there is false information that is shared on purpose. Basically, it's kind of almost like propaganda, I guess. It's analogous to propaganda, but it's specifically false information used in a kind of propagandistic way. Whereas Also, some people just do it for the lols, also. We have to acknowledge that.
Mhm.
But then misinformation was always intention agnostic in the sense of like, it doesn't matter why you're sharing it. So in that way, like the way that I've always theoretically conceptualized it is like misinformation is the umbrella, and then disinformation has a specific intentionality attached to it within that. But I
Yeah.
don't know if the way that I've been doing it is weird now because of this.
No, that's how I've understood it as well. An analogy that I've used is misinformation is like the category tree, disinformation is like the specific instance pine tree. Because there's lots of different kinds of misinformation that have different dimensions on things like intentionality and things like that. So there's also the concept from the philosopher Harry Frankfurt of BS. Now I am family friendly here. I don't know how much it is there, but you know the abbreviation BS for the swear word, and I you know that is just stuff that is said independent of truth value without concern for the truth, and false things can be spread that way. So misinformation is the broad term, just like you said, and disinformation is specific. But I think that for the purposes of this study, they're just operationalizing it that way rather than trying to say that that is the big definition. Although I didn't check what reference 4 is there, if like they also defined it that way.
I want to check
Because when
what
looking at
reference.
their methods, it didn't look like they were looking at TikTok videos where there's this very easily inferred or explicit desire to spread misinformation, to do disinformation. So I don't know what their MO for doing that was.
I've cited a book by the looks of it that I don't know what it is. It is the book is Knowledge Resistance in High Choice Information Environments. It's published by Routledge. I always don't know how to pronounce that. And it is a
Routledge
chapter in
is
it.
how I. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. It's like the UK US different in route versus route.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
And then it's titled Disinformation, Misinformation, and Fake News: Understanding the Supply Side, and it's by Lechler and Egelhofer, 2022.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't think to check that, but I've never heard of this reference. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm not familiar either. Although apparently, oh, actually, I think I know some of the research that like other research that they've done. I'm just looking at their Google Scholar profiles right now. But yeah, no, I can't easily access the source, so I'm not going to track it
It's behind
down.
a paywall.
Yeah, but it is, yeah, because it's in a book, so I'll have to sail the high seas of the internet for that later. But yeah, so definitionally, they are starting out in a way that is at least eye catching.
Yeah, and like it was one of those things that kind of like didn't bother me necessarily, but like I just kept thinking about it as I was going through, because I feel like that, like if you're considering intentionality like that in the way that you're designing your methodology, that's going to have an impact. So like when I designed my studies that I've done on I've done some studies on like video based misinformation, and like when I designed those, I was purposely not thinking about intentionality, because like from a consumer perspective it doesn't necessarily matter. Like I think it matters from a source generation perspective. You know, there's a big difference between someone putting out content because they either genuinely believe it but it happens to be wrong, or like they're doing it for a malicious reason. Like that those are two very, very different motivations to do it. But I think from a consumer perspective, I'm not convinced that it's as relevant.
Yeah. So I don't know how often you've gotten this question over your career from people outside of the field, but I get this one quite a bit. It's just like, do you think people really believe the things they say? And a lot of my response is, does it matter? They're still saying it.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
yes, you and I can absolutely think of reasons why it might matter in terms of trying to target the misinformation at its source and assessing source credibility and all that other stuff. But you're right. From a consumer perspective, consumer of information perspective, if you hear the wrong thing, who cares why you heard it? You heard a wrong thing, and that can affect your behavior or your health or what you think. It is almost like asking the wrong question kind of thing.
Mhm. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure. Like I was trying to think through, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how it could have potentially affected the way that they developed their materials. Because in this study, they've basically made their own TikTok videos. But I think we'll talk
Hmm.
about that a bit more in a bit. But yeah, like I was kind of thinking, like if you're putting together these kind of what seem to be genuine TikTok videos, and uh, the way that you're recording them is meant to mimic someone that's sharing the information because they think it's real, but it actually isn't, then, or they think it's true, but it actually isn't, sorry, then I think that would affect the way that you record it. Like it would affect the tone and stuff that you're putting into it. But I don't know if this is like my gut feeling is that like disinformation would inherently use more persuasive techniques. And when you're producing those stimuli, I do think that that might be something that you at least need to control for, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
That's what I tried to do in the past, was that like I kind of tried to make things uniformly persuasive across the board. Whereas like I was looking at their materials and I'm not sure that they are uniformly persuasive. But yeah, we'll get into
Yeah.
that a bit more in a bit.
Yeah, so you're kind of referencing this idea of like the multiple routes of persuasion. There's the
Mm-hmm.
direct route of persuasion, and then there's the indirect routes of persuasion, which is not about the words that you're saying, but all of the kind of context and accoutrements around the words. So tonality, pacing, presentation style. And yeah, just based on a kind of cursory glance at how they described their stuff, there is this confounding variable in their conditions where they didn't kind of treat everything as equal except for the thing that they were manipulating. um yeah.
Yeah. So aside from that little tangent, this little thing that was bothering me the whole time. So they used a model. I did not write down what the model was called. It was the no MB. What did IMB stand for? Information, motivation, behavioral skills model.
Hmm.
So that was the model that they kind of like built their yeah, that like that was the theory that they built around. So from what they were saying, it's like a model of like why do people do certain health related behaviors? And it's basically the model argues that it's part motivation, so like they're motivated to do it. Part I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to turn off the sound alerts today because they're actually really distracting when I'm like mid thought. Sorry. Okay. I've forgotten my train of thought.
The
Uh
information motivational behavioral model.
yes. Yeah. So yeah, it's this model all around like why do people do certain health behaviors? So for example, why might they go and get a vaccine, or why might they take a certain medication? And part of it is like do they have the right information about it? Like do they have good quality evidence-based information about the treatment option that they're looking at? Are they motivated to do it? And then do they have the behavioral skills that they would need to be able to access it, basically? So that
Hmm.
would be like yeah, their ability to like to kind of like identify whether the information that they're looking at is actually evidence based, or actually this was the bit of the model that seemed the most like I was the most confused about, to be honest. But I got the impression it's basically like critical thinking. It's like, can you okay, you're getting the information, can you actually process it, type of thing. But admittedly I didn't dig deeper into that.
And also and also how much do you care about these kinds of things? And I don't mean care in the sense of like, things like, but like how to be mindful of things like confirmation bias and you're seeking out information and assessing it because it happens to already be in congruence with what you want to be true or what you already believe to be true. So the motivation to make sure that you're getting accurate information rather than just like doing an exercise in confirmation bias is a part of it too. Um, and then the behavioral side is can you actually be in a position to sort out information from misinformation, from accidental misinformation and deliberate misinformation? Like, do you have those skills? And we all vary in those skills. Like when it comes to chemistry, I cannot tell the difference between information and misinformation. I have not studied any of that. Whatever my information and motivational dimensions may be, behaviorally, I don't know how to get started there. I'm a novice. And the same is going to be true for some people when it comes to trying to figure out something like attention deficit disorder or autism or dyslexia or dyspraxia or anything like that. So, it's that level of it is how I understood this.
Yeah. But I found it really interesting because they said that I don't know if they I kind of gave up by the point of reading about this in their study. I'm not going to lie, but they said the main basis for motivation in previous studies around neurodiversity was stigma. They were using that as a proxy for motivation,
Hmm.
and that seemed really weird to me because like stigma, I can see it as correlating with one's motivation to go and get treatment or to
Hmm.
get a diagnosis or things like that. But I don't think that the two are directly analogous. Someone can see that there is a lot of stigma and want to go and get a diagnosis regardless. Likewise, they can think that there is no stigma whatsoever and still not want to do it. So, yeah, I don't think that was a very good one-to-one. And I felt like it was just like
Yeah.
they did use it. Okay, I just double checked. They did use it as one of their measures. Yeah, I don't know if I'm not convinced that it's a very good proxy for motivation.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing that you will see in a lot of published research is we did this because it has been done before, and the implication is so it's okay, as opposed to we've verified that it's actually okay to do it and not just kind of like a lazy, quote unquote lazy, like a rough and ready thing, because that's a huge problem in a lot of sciences. It's actually got a very fancy term for it. It's called the latent variable modeling problem. How do we know that the thing that we're measuring is actually measuring the construct that we're interested in? All we're ever measuring is proxies. We're measuring height, not via height. We're measuring it in feet and inches or centimeters and meters and things like that. We're not measuring height. We're measuring a mark on a ruler, and there's going to be error involved. And a well-designed instrument will have a well-designed understanding of the extent of error, but poorly designed measures may have wider or inconsistent error, and that makes measuring the phenomena that we're interested in all the more difficult. So if they're using stigma as a proxy, they need to say more about that justification than just it's been done before.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, I don't think they gave in the paper. I don't think they gave enough information about like the justification for it. And regardless, even if they had given more justification, I still think I would have felt weird about it. um, yeah, because it is something that happens quite a lot. Is that like we're using this as a proxy for this, and the reason is that like it came to me in a previous paper, and it's like, okay, well that's great, but why did they do it? And then eventually you go down the chain, and it's just like, because we don't have anything else.
Yeah, because here's the thing: low stigma may be related to a motivation, but it's certainly not going to capture all motivations people have for either seeking out or avoiding information. So the best that they have here is a proxy for like one sliver of the phenomenon that they're calling motivation,
Yeah,
which is
and if
not
we're
bad. They just need to own that, and they
yeah,
don't.
and if we're even thinking about like motivation related theory, like there's different types of motivation, and this
Mhm.
is tapping into what we'd call extrinsic motivation. So it's motivation coming from your surroundings. but it doesn't really address intrinsic motivation, which is just like motivation that comes from your own wait, yes, actually, what's a good way to describe it? Your own agency, I guess, like your own free will, if you believe
Yeah,
in such a thing.
just like, for something like seeking out information, just internal curiosity as opposed to an extrinsic motivation, which would be like, oh, your teacher told you to study this chapter of the textbook. Like,
Yeah, yeah, and if we're talking about getting like a diagnosis for autism anyway, like I can't speak for ADHD, but I can speak for my personal experience of autism. Like part of it was extrinsic in the sense of like, I could get extra support at university and stuff like that, and like reasonable adjustments at jobs and things like that. But the bigger thing was, it was like intrinsic motivation. It was just curiosity. I wanted to know why I had been like basically flagged up in it, like the story is that I was doing a research study as during my undergrad for like my research participation credits, and they were doing pre-screening because if you met a certain like autism quotient score, then you couldn't take part, and they were like, yeah, you can't take part, also go talk to your GP. So for me it was like the kind of intrinsic curiosity of like, I wonder why they've told me that. That's interesting. But also, the extrinsic motivation of also getting the supports, which frankly made my life a lot better.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's lots of different motivations, and they're really only going to be tapping into one component of it, and this can be a limitation.
Yeah. And then another thing, I've actually just written down a quote here, so I'm just going to read it out. So expertise, trustworthiness, similarity, and entertainment are key facets of perceived credibility related to behavior change. And like, again, this had me like thinking, because like expertise, trustworthiness, absolutely, I can see those absolutely being linked to credibility. Similarity, yes, I could also see that. There's a lot of like kind of like group identity orientated biases that link to that, and then also there is also literally just like is it like familiarity bias, where it's like you prefer things that familiar, and often that's linked to things about yourself. And then but then the third, like the fourth one, entertainment, linking to credibility, like this isn't their theory, to be fair. Like they have cited something else, but it just, again, it got me thinking, like, why is that? Like, that feels like this is not me having any data for this. This is just me kind of reasoning. Like, I don't really understand having entertainment as a subfacet of credibility, because a lot of entertainment is intentionally not credible. So like, for example, in the case of ironic humor, or like parodies, like the whole point of the entertainment is the fact.
Are you saying your Pikmin song is not credible?
Oh, that's highly credible, because I also have the expertise. But yeah, so like having that in there, and then I think entertainment was one of the subfacets that they were looking at with their scales as well. And I was thinking, like, just because something's entertaining doesn't mean that you think it's credible. I find things really, really funny, really, really entertaining all the time because they are not credible. Like, that's part of the reason why I coped with doing a PhD about conspiracy theories, frankly. It was because, like, I knew that it's serious and important and it affects society, but also I personally find them quite funny. Like, I find it funny to watch people say silly things on the internet. So that kind of got me through it. I don't know if I'm just kind of projecting my own trauma.
So so there's a couple things here. So the citation they have here is for an article in the Journal of Consumer Markets. So it's marketing research, and you can absolutely understand that, like, when developing advertisements, because that's what the research was originally. It was like the entertainment value of an ad can increase the consumer's desirability for the product, because like the ad made them feel good, entertained, got a laugh, Old Spice body wash, or whatever kind of thing. Pick a commercial that you found funny over the last 50 years or something. That can increase consumer likability of it. And from a consumer, like a marketing standpoint, that might be how credibility is determined or like conceived. Whereas credibility when you and I are typically thinking about it, is actually just like it is trustworthiness.
Yeah.
And, in my own research, I've used a different model of trustworthiness and credibility that looks at expertise, but also benevolence and integrity.
Mm.
And expertise. How expert are you? Benevolence. What are your motivations? Like, what are your goals? Are they pro-social? Are they in people's best interest? And integrity in terms of like a shared sense of values of what the values are. That's the model that I've used. Entertainment may be part of likability, and people do tend to prefer things that they like, but credibility, yeah, that's a little bit of a weird one. But eh, you know maybe they could have used likability rather than credibility.
Yeah, but that in itself is really interesting, because I think that kind of taps into an issue that I've experienced a fair bit as like a kind of um slightly like interdisciplinary researcher, is that like that you'll see the same terms used in very, very different ways across different social sciences, and
Mm-hmm.
it can cause so many problems. It's like
Yeah.
if you publish in a journal that's aimed at psychologists, say for example, but the paper that you've written has significant like let's say like, I don't know, sociological or human computer interaction components, then suddenly you're using terminology in the way that you're expecting people to understand, and then the reviewers come back to you like, why have you said it when it means this? um so that in itself is like kind of like an interesting issue where like the jargon doesn't translate across fields. But I think
Mm-hmm.
on top of that, I feel like what's happened here is that potentially the authors have read this marketing paper with a more kind of psychological understanding of what credibility would mean. And they've just
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, they've not taken a step back and thought about the context in which that research was being done and whether that's appropriate to cite.
Yeah, I can applaud them for trying to do, or like,
Mm,
doing the interdisciplinary reading. More
absolutely.
researchers need to do that. But there is an additional step because of, yeah, we're speaking the same words, but we're speaking a different language,
Hmm.
and that's always something to keep in mind.
Yeah, those were like my main thoughts about the theoretical side of it. In general, in the introduction, like they kind of just talked a bit vaguely about misinformation about ADHD. They didn't
Hmm.
actually give any concrete examples. I would have loved to have some concrete examples, like, or even like descript, like not even necessarily, it doesn't have to be examples, just like clear descriptions of like the topics and the contents within those topics that you might see around ADHD misinformation, because they just kind of went like, oh yeah, there's misinformation about treatment and diagnosis, and they didn't really tell us what that meant. They didn't tell us what that misinformation looked like, and it would have been really, really
Yeah.
cool to hear a bit more about that.
Yeah. So a friend of mine, we did our masters together, and then she
Mhm.
went to do her PhD at the same school. Dr. Jillian Reiher. She did her master's and dissertation, her master's thesis and her doctoral dissertation on like parents' perceptions of the credibility of various treatments for autism, and a wide swath of things. From things like applied behavior analysis to sensory integration to dolphin therapy to vitamin therapy, like all sorts of things. And thinking back to her research and the vast differences between the scientifically supported, empirically supported, institutionally supported, approved treatments for things like that. And I know that ABA is a big can of worms, and I kind of want to sidestep that one
Mhm.
for a moment because Lovas's past is sketchy. Um, but like the variety of things like vitamin treatment, integrated sensory stuff, hyperbaric oxygenation, and dolphin therapy, like that's such a wide range of like sham therapies and pseudoscience therapies that it's different kinds of misinformation almost on its face. Like some of it's almost mystical. Oh, the
Yeah.
sonar waves emitted from a dolphin can calm an autistic kid down versus like, oh, vitamins because it's healthy to take vitamins. My doctor's always saying I need more vitamins. Like
Mm.
there's a different kind of thing. So you do need to get concrete and specific
Yeah.
um,
And
to
also
ground that.
the harms that end up happening as
Hmm.
a result of those different types of misinformation can also vary as well. So even with the examples that you've just given there, like dolphin therapy probably isn't inherently harmful for autistic people, but it is definitely harmful for the dolphins.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah, the harm is that it's just not an approved treatment. But then it's also like, yeah, but people with autism or autistic people can still just like go to the beach and like
Yeah.
have a good day out. Like you could just see it as that instead of positioning it as therapy.
yeah, but yeah, if you're then keeping dolphins in captivity as a result to then give them the dolphin therapy, then yeah,
Yeah.
that's not good for the dolphins.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't see anything. They said that they put stuff in their pilot study, which was in the supplemental online materials, but I think like getting concrete like that needs to be in the main text, even if it's
Mhm.
just an example or two.
Mhm. Yeah, but even the supplemental material I thought was a little bit vague, to be completely honest.
Yeah, their online supplementals was not terrific. Yeah, so like you've already raised a lot of good issues with this just from the like the theoretical underpinning perspective and how it's integrating in the different literatures and like I said before, I completely skipped all this, so
Mhm.
it never would have occurred to me to question any of that stuff as we're reading through, to be forewarned for potential issues in, say, their data analysis strategy or anything like that, that it might also be similarly sloppy or, not best practices, uh, which, I don't know how useful it would be for me to nitpick th- a lot of the things that I've said to you, because I don't know how much people care about, oh, you follow up MANOVA with linear discriminant analysis versus univariate ANOVA. Like, I don't know how much people actually care about that. But
There are some people in my
there are.
chat that will definitely care about that.
That's very fair, yeah. But I think some things that can be pointed out that are pretty easy is there are contradictions in the paper in the values that they report. Um, so like there's a contradiction between values that are presented in table 2 and values that are presented in figure 1 that are allegedly supposed to be the same measures. So for instance, the ADHD in table 2, ADHD knowledge variables, pre-content viewing accuracy using their psychometric measure of knowledge of ADHD scale. So for the group that was assigned the ADHD misinformation, their pre-content viewing score was 10 out of 27, because I looked up the original source for the scale. So it's 10 out of 27. Their post-content viewing was 8.7 out of, again, 27. But if we look at figure 1, it looks like their pre-viewing knowledge was about 10, which is fair, but their post-viewing accuracy was only 9.8. So their y-axis value doesn't seem to really make sense. Those values don't correspond to what's in the table, and that raises a red flag for me that they may have actually done a different analysis to produce the figures without reporting, like, oh, we eliminated outliers or something like that from their data set after doing some diagnostics. But this is actually pretty common. If you try to corroborate the values in figure 2 to figure 1 to table 2, almost nothing lines up, and that's weird. Like, that should never happen. And yet that's kind of exclusively what's happening here.
There's also the fact that, like, like none of the figures also, like, for me, this might be really, really
No error
silly.
bars.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no error bars. Like, it's such a simple heuristic, but for me, like, if you don't have error bars on your bar graph, I'm judging you.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
because I
for
personally have. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go for it.
Were you gonna describe what error bars were?
Yes, but
You
if you were
first.
gonna go for it.
No,
Oh,
you go first.
error bars in a graphical representation like a bar chart here are a way to communicate the variance around the mean. That's pretty much all they are. And there are although I guess error bars are actually a little bit more appropriate. Well, this is ANOVA kind of thing. You can do lots of different things to illustrate that. You can do error bars, you could do a standard deviation bar, you could do a variety of things, but they don't have any graphical indication of the dispersion around the mean. And that is like data visualization 101. Like, I'm surprised a reviewer or an editor didn't push on this. It's just like, just add them in.
It's like such an easy thing to add in as well. Like, I mean, it looks to me like they might have done their bar graphs in Excel. But like even Excel has an option to put them in. There's no excuse.
Yeah.
No excuse.
Also, yeah, Alpha Rocks, and hopefully I pronounced your name correctly in chat, does say that, yeah, the y-axis for the left-hand side of Figure 1 doesn't even start at 0, which is very important because y-axis scaling's like, if you scale this to 0, these differences, they may be statistically significant, but they're not practically significant. These are relatively small changes when you account for not just starting from 0, but also, since they didn't even report it in here, this scale that they're graphing the measures of, it ranges from 0 to 27. And everybody in all of their groups are hovering between 8 and 10, 8 and 10 and a half. So are we saying that there's nothing going on here? No, but like, these are ultimately super small effects. Do small effects sometimes happen in the universe? Yes, obviously. Like, you're not going to completely change people's understanding of attention deficit disorder based on watching a few videos on TikTok. They have their entire life history behind them, but like, you still want to try to fairly represent the effect size of your analysis, and this, it seems to have kind of fallen down there too.
Yeah. And the videos themselves, I have many thoughts about. I watched them. I watched most of them. Because they had, to be fair to them, they did have an open science framework repository with the videos in it. So you could go in and watch them yourselves. But I have like literally an entire page of notes just on the videos. So if it's okay, would it be all right for us to take a quick break? Because I've got an ad starting in a second and I need to go and fill up my water. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Are you going to take a break as well? Or do you, or
yeah, I can refill my water and things like that.
Cool. So we'll be back in 3 minutes? 4 minutes? What's your preference?
Well, we can get back and then just sort of yap until the ad break's over.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
See you all in a second.
Yeah. So encourage everybody in the audience as well. Do take a break. Get
Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane.
Space
that's
Narc
called
gifted
Pikmin
a tier
blocked.
1 sub to
Old
Out For
Pikmin
Us.
theorem that scientists forgot.
They have given 9 gift subs in the channel.
Mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 billion and 11. Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin. New centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI
Space Narc
published
gifted a tier 1 sub to Baron
slowed down
Jarman.
Pikmin due to relativity.
They have given 10 gift subs
Pikmin
in the
your
channel.
culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 billion and 11. Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin. New centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 billion and 11. Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin. New centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity.
I think if there's one thing we can say about the internet is it's weird.
We were talking about you all while you were being subjected to the Pikmin song. We were talking about you behind your backs. Oh dear. Yes, thank you everybody. Thank you. Also, is it okay if I quickly say hello to some people in the chat? Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Hello Doc Rect. Hi. Hi. Yeah, hi Alpha Rocks. Hi. Hello Ernesto the Gamer. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday to you too. Hi Alex. Hi. Hello. Hi Jeb Kerman. Hi CWW. Thank you for the 5 streak. Hi Almantis. Hi Ink. Oh wait, I think I already said hi to you at the beginning actually, Intricate. Oh well, you get another hello. There you go. And Nahil Torin as well. Hello. And thank you for the follows. Fluke, Gideoneer, Juicy Cat, Baron of Bile. That's a great name. I love that one. And Jen Wolf and Shoka and Jay Gravy. And also Space Knock. Thank you everybody. Is that everybody?
Okay.
And also hi, wait. I think I saw someone and then I've lost it. Wait. When the chat scroll. Hi Garoinge. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Okay, and Chris Alec as well. Hello. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and hello, Ninja Debugger, Casey Snowart, Avocado. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome on in. And Ghost Eye, also doing his best to poke fun at me. Me yapping about abbreviations for swear words, so all the kids understand what the adults are referring to. Yeah, so I know that it is uncommon on Twitch to have a family friendly stream, and I just emulated streamers that I started following when I first got on Twitch, that were family friendly, which is very weird because anyone who knows me outside of my own stream knows that I swear so much. Like, I am not a family friendly person. So please be aware that my stream persona is a bit of a performance. Um, and I don't know why I do it any more than just like, oh, the streamers that I first started following on here also kind of did it for the most part. So I want to be like them.
It's funny you say that because I'm the same. Like I try. Sometimes it does slip out, admittedly. Like I'm British. Like that should say enough about how much I swear. Like I am British and I live in Ireland, and it's only made it worse. But yeah, on stream I try not to. I try to stay like relative. I describe my streams as 16 plus because I do think that
Mhm.
you need like some level of high school education to be a positive member of the community in general. Um, not to throw shade at anybody that's under the age of 16. I'm not being rude to you. It's just that sometimes we have like pretty complicated discussions, and I'm not trained to bring it down below high school level. Like I don't know how to
Mhm.
do that. Um, but yeah, I would describe my streams as like relative. Like I would describe them as safe for work, but I assume that you're legally allowed to work.
And that your work is also legal.
Yes, that too. I would. Yes, and if it's not, don't tell me about it. I'm not interested.
Yeah. Or at the very least, don't tell me about it on stream. I'm interested.
Yeah. Also, hi Yuki. Hi Yuki. Hello, hello. Hi Trestera and hello Lace Spades. Hi everybody. Hope you're good.
Comey Belladonna says that I'm say so. I've heard that term before. I don't actually know what it means.
Yeah, it's basically like it's a VTuber term. It's like, well, I don't know if it's a VTuber term specifically, but it's used amongst the VTuber community, and it's like wholesome. Yeah, it's like wholesome, pure, innocent, basically. Which, like, I would not describe your streams as say so necessarily because of the topics that you talk about on your streams. Yeah.
Yeah, I talk about very heavy topics. I just talk about them in a
Mhm.
safe for work kind of way.
Yeah.
But we talk about all sorts of ugly things there because that's part
Yeah.
of the suite of things that people believe. And yeah. So not wholesome.
Pure innocent Racco.
No.
I say so
And
idle.
Narc, you actually know this better than most, because we've been in voice calls and co-streams and things like that before, like off of my stream. Like I'm not online. Like you know how much I swear.
No, we're
It does catch
professional.
people off guard. Yeah, it does catch people off guard, like who do only know me from my stream, and then like I'll hang out in their community, and their stream is not family friendly or whatever, and then I'll just drop like some very horrible like sex pun or something like that, or swear word or whatever, and they'll just go, what, oh, coming from you, the family friendly streamer, just like, yeah, family friendly streamer. Am I streaming right now? No, so get ready for the filth.
I feel like I'm like that when I go on other people's channels. Like if I'm not like dual streaming, I'm like, okay, so you're like you have an 18 plus stream, so that means I can say whatever I want now.
Yeah. Yeah, outside of my stream, the F word isn't a word, it's a comma. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, so we have gone through and critiqued this paper a little bit. But
I would like to
maybe
go
we
off on a
should.
tangent about the methods though, or like
Oh yeah, yeah. Go
specifically
for
the
it.
videos. So part of the methodology that they did was basically they developed their own
Space Knock
Space Knock,
gifted a
thank
tier
you so
1
much
sub to
for
Jungle
the
Storm.
gift subs in both of our
They have
chats.
given
Thank
11
you so
gift
much.
subs in the channel.
So part of the reason why part of the methodology that they used was that they developed their own TikTok videos to show to people as experimental stimuli. And I went down this as like an actual rabbit hole because I've kind of taken a similar methodological approach before in one of my studies. So they started off basically like they justified why they use TikTok specifically because first of all, you know, it's a massive platform, you can't avoid it anymore, but also in particular because it's popular with young people. And like young people, when they're in that kind of like 18 to 25 bracket, they're kind of navigating learning how to independently manage their healthcare for the first time. So if they haven't previously had an ADHD diagnosis and then they go to university or I guess college in the US and they start kind of struggling, then they might start to consider it as an adult. So they kind of focused their sample on having like college students, which, you know, given the justification they've built up, makes complete sense. I think my only caveat is that I would love to see this replicated in a sample of young people who aren't college students because education level seems to be what is it, like a moderate to strong correlate of acceptance of misinformation. So I would like to see a bit more of that. I would like to see more.
And the thing is, like, we just know how much added difficulty it is to do research on people who are sort of under the age of majority, so minors
Yes.
and whatever.
Yeah.
And to be fair, this is for good reason. You know, you have to jump through extra ethical oversight hurdles to do research on anybody who is below the age of consent. So high school students or primary school students or anything like that. And a lot of social scientist researchers who don't specifically study children just don't want to go through those extra hurdles. So they do typically will stop kind of at the youngest age of, you know, college students. But yeah, like there absolutely does need to be more research done, especially since like social media use for college students and older adults and middle-aged adults and teenagers and pre-adolescent, like though that's also just going to differ too. So
Yeah.
you not only have the educational level as a confounding variable, or not confounding variable, but a potential moderator. You just have like cohort effects for how we engage with social media.
Yeah, because like
And yeah.
people my age are not on TikTok as much as people like the age of my youngest sister. So like I mean there's like a 10-year difference there and that's still like there's a still pretty strong platform preference. And you see that like generally in the demographics of platforms too. Like millennials are just a bit less likely to use TikTok. And
like my age cohort of people, at least from the United States, you know, Facebook still kind of, you know, like, and anybody who's in their 20s or younger is going, Facebook, that's for old people. It's like, yeah, we're actually old now. We're still using that. Like, I mean, I abandoned my Facebook years ago, but like, there are platform effects, and different platforms just have different affordances for how people use it and what kind of information. Things like TikTok and Instagram, or not, maybe Instagram. TikTok is video. You know, Facebook can do pictures and video, but it is still largely text, and that's just a different medium.
Yeah, but I was also thinking like, again, this isn't necessarily like a critique of their study. It's more like an interesting thing that I would like to see down the road. I was also thinking like the same cohort of 18 to 25, but they don't go to college. Like people that go to like trade schools or go straight into employment. Like are they processing this information any differently? That is something that would be super interesting to see as well. Because if you're a college-aged student, I think probably the way that you process information on social media, but also the type of information that your algorithm will be serving to you is probably like there's probably some degree of demographic difference going on there.
Yeah. And even just these days, going to college and university, you have to be online in some capacity because so
Hmm.
much of college and university is now administered through online portals, through Canvas or anything.
Hmm.
That may be U.S. specific, but like taking tests, turning in assignments, and things like that, you have to have an online connectivity. If
Hmm.
you graduated, high school or whatever the British equivalent is, secondary school. Um, and you went into a trade, you don't necessarily have to have any engagement with the internet aside from maybe a job application portal. And so you may just not care about using the internet. So seeing social media misinformation just may never cross your daily life. And so how you'd engage with it has got to be very different.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. Um, but yeah, so they developed these videos in this study, and I was like, hey, this is fun. Like, this is the type of stimuli that I like to just look at because I'm like, I I'm like, I would like to think of myself as internet native. Like, I've spent too much time on the internet, so I think I have a normally, as well as having like the the kind of theoretical knowledge around stuff. I think I also have a pretty good intuitive sense of whether something seems ecologically valid or not. Unfortunately, sometimes it is in fact slightly vibes based, and I think when you're developing these kind of stimuli, there is definitely a vibes based element to it. Like you have to get it to hit the right theory, but you also have to get it to feel right. Other because if it's not believable in terms of
Hmm.
like the just how the content feels to watch, then you're already failing. Like if they can't genuinely look at the stimuli in the same way that they would look at real videos out on
Hmm.
the actual internet, then yeah, it's just instantly introducing a whole bunch of issues. You'll never get it to be exactly right, but trying to get it as close to it as possible. So yeah,
Yeah.
because of that, I just like going down the rabbit hole of looking at the videos.
Yeah, there is always that fear of you're developing stimuli, and it comes across as like that 30 Rock meme of "How do you do, fellow kids?" And
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Buscemi, who's clearly
Hmm.
40 years older than all the high school students. Um,
Exactly. But the way that
it's
they
funny that
develop. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna just say real quick, like it's funny that you said that you were a digital native, or that you like to think of yourself as that way, because like the Twitch recaps just came out,
Hmm.
and so I stream 5 days a week, and for
Hmm.
somewhere between 4 and 8 hours each stream. I, as a viewer of Twitch, still clocked in over 9,000 hours for the
That's
past year
pretty
as a
good.
viewer, which is amazing because I do stream 5 days a week for 4 to 8 hours. But also, there's only 8,700 hours in a calendar year. So even if I was just a viewer of Twitch and I wasn't a streamer, I've watched Twitch for more hours than there are hours. Um, and I'm not the only one. Like I know other people who have that because like I have multiple tabs open and all that. So like I don't think of myself as a social media like navigator. I except for Twitch. Like I
Hmm.
use YouTube because that's social media as well. And I've done Blue Sky a little bit, although I've
Hmm.
taken a break from that because I don't like that style of social media anyways. I never
Hmm.
used Twitter and I abandoned Facebook long ago. But like I've never used TikTok or Instagram or Threads or Mastodon or any of these other things. Like
I had a
Twitch on the other
had
hand is a weird one for me.
had a Twitter account when I was 13.
Oh yeah, I
I'd
don't think there's anything wrong with having these accounts, except
no.
nowadays having a Twitter account. Yeah, it's bad, but like, you know, social media is itself a broad category
Hmm.
of things that encompasses a lot of things that some people don't think of with social media.
Yeah.
In the area of social media as a platform for like psychological research or political science research, they are actually largely restricted to Facebook, Twitter, and emerging TikTok, which is weird because YouTube is a lesser used platform by researchers, Instagram lesser used by researchers, Twitch lesser used by researchers, but in some capacities those platforms are more used than TikTok
Hmm.
or Twitter, just for different things. So we also have a kind of very distorted view of social media by the decisions that researchers make of which platforms to study.
Yeah.
And so then when they
And
go around and make content for them for research purposes, yeah, there's going to be kind of a weird mismatch.
Yeah, and my understanding is that basically for a long time the decision around what social media do we look at was which one has the easiest available API to access. And
Yeah,
that was
which for
it.
the
And
longest,
that's why it
yeah,
was Facebook and Twitter for so
yeah,
long.
which
And
until
also
Elon
Reddit.
Musk took over, it was Twitter. Yeah, yeah, and Reddit.
There's so much Reddit research.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's nothing inherently wrong with having social media, and there's as long as there's like parental supervision in the ages that are where it's required. But yeah, I've been on like social media. I think is like even before the like Twitter and stuff. I was on like bulletin board forums, so yeah, I've been on the internet from a disturbingly young age, actually.
I had a live journal and a MySpace, which
Yeah.
I swear to God, if any viewer out there is too young to know what that is, I'm going to shrivel into dust. But we are probably at that point now where it is realistic for some Twitch viewers to have never heard of these artifacts from the Dark Ages. But yeah, I had both of those.
Last academic year, I had a student I was TAing for, like a first year undergrad, who I was like, I can't remember what the context was, but I was like, oh yeah, I think some of that data, I remember now. I was like, I think some of the data that you're asking about is like still stored on floppy disks down in the basement. And they were like, what's a floppy disk? And I was like, the
Oof.
save icon. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, that used to be a physical object.
Yes.
And they were like, I didn't realize it had a name.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have some floppy disks because I do eventually throw things away, but I do hold on to some things longer than I should, and I still have. First of all, they're 3.5 floppy disks because there's also the 5.25 floppy disks, which are not the save icon. But I still have some 3.5 inch floppy disks for installing onto MS DOS the very old computer game from the 1980s or early 1990s called Fantasy Empires, which is a terrific tactical strategy game. But even though I can get that through like GOG and other sort of things, like I still, for whatever reason, want to hold on to like our family's original 3.5 floppy disks of it. It's so weird.
I think that's weird. There's definitely like a sentimental element to it. I mean, I still have my original copy of like Pokemon Yellow, so.
Oh yeah, like well, I don't know how much I'm blocking, but like that bookshelf back there is just video game stuff. It's and my CRT TV is blocking all my Super Nintendo games, but yeah. But that's also because I stream this stuff, so
Yeah.
it's now kind of work related.
Yeah. So the videos, sorry, the yapping is too intense. So the videos. So I basically they said that they developed the scripts for the videos that they wrote based on a content analysis of 100 hashtag ADHD TikTok videos with high viewership. And like I wrote next to it in all caps, why is this supplemental material? It sounds so interesting. And then I went into the supplemental material and it was basically 2 sentences and they didn't actually tell us the results of the content analysis. And then I got really sad. But it seemed like they also didn't really explain how they decided whether something was misinformation or not. And that also annoyed me. And based on a bit of like trying to piece together like a random numerical citation which didn't have a citation in the document and then realizing it was the one in the main reference list, I managed to work out that they were using this thing called the discern criteria, which is basically an instrument for assessing consumer health information. So that's basically patient-facing information. So things like leaflets that your doctor might give you, or information leaflets that come in a package of medication, for example. And I don't understand why they used that, because like I don't think that adds up. Like a big chunk of the misinformation that you might see on TikTok around ADHD is treatment related, but that's not the only topic that it would address. And I don't think it's fair to say that, like, you can use that tool to accurately assess whether, say, for example, stuff around, so, like, experiences of ADHD, or experience of being diagnosed, or you know what it's like being on a waiting list, or how to manage ADHD symptoms, like, just in terms of self-care. Like, I'm not sure if it really makes sense to assess those kinds of things against the criteria, and especially when you're talking about video, because this seems to be orientated towards written content. So it just seemed like a really weird choice to me. I really did try to, like, dig into the tool and understand why they chose it, and I just couldn't work it out. Like, it just doesn't seem like a relevant tool for this specific niche. Um, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. That's very important because we write differently than we talk. Like
Mhm.
a coherent written paragraph is going to use different language and syntax than a coherent spoken, type of thing. That's why, like, being a script writer and things like that, it's a profession. Like, just because you're good at writing novels doesn't mean you're good at writing screenplays. That's why you need somebody to adapt, the novel into the movie. Um, so I just pulled up the supplemental materials as a PDF, which this is going to be kind of a weird thing for viewers, perhaps, but like supplemental materials are not necessarily formatted. Like it's just text essentially and figures where they have it. So this looks like just an MS Word file kind of thing. But I did notice that in their pilot study supplemental materials, they haven't updated it for after the peer review process, because in their pilot study participants, their opening sentence is a total of 21 college students from blinded for review were recruited to complete a pilot test,
We have spotted that too.
which is the language that you put in for the audience's benefit here. When you're submitting a paper for review, you want to make it impossible for the reviewers to know your identity if the journal that you're submitting to does blind peer review. And so that means going through and removing any sort of first person identifiers or initials, anything like that, including institutional affiliations, because then it's just like, well, maybe these researchers are the only ones at Syracuse University that studies this stuff, so a reviewer could find out who it is. So you do want to do this. This is normal. We all have to do it if we're submitting to journals that do blind peer review or double blind peer review. But you still have to, like, go back and unblind it afterwards. And the fact that they didn't for their supplementals is weird, and another just like, another little oversight that is building an interesting story about the quality of the work that went into this project.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
I did also spot that, and it made me smile when I saw it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't judge. I have, everybody, I think, will make that kind of mistake at some point in their
Yes.
career. I have definitely accidentally left
Oh,
in
yeah.
blinded for review at some point, but normally the copy editor will, like, point it out,
Yeah.
or even if they don't, normally I'll catch it when I'm going through for, like, the third or fourth time, because normally
Mhm.
peer review takes so long. Normally when I come back to it after the peer review's done, it's like a brand new paper to me. Like, it's seeing it
Yeah.
with a fresh set of eyes. So yeah, I think normally I would catch it. Like, I'm surprised, especially since it's quite early on in the document, isn't it? So it's also all in capitals, so it's not
Mhm.
easy to miss. Which does make me suspect that the reviewers just never looked at it, and they didn't either.
Yeah, at the very least, the authors and the copy editor didn't check it, and
Yeah.
that's not ideal. But it is
No.
a nice little reminder that every single person involved in the scientific enterprise is a human being. We make mistakes, we have little oversights, and I, rather embarrassingly, have a statistical typo in my first publication in this area, that the journal wouldn't let me correct because it wasn't a major enough typo that it would have changed the interpretation of the results, and it really was just like it was a transposition of digits. But I don't know. Everybody's human. Give each other grace. But with the accumulation of these errors in a single document, it just becomes one of those like, huh, this could have been done a lot better.
Yeah. Like you really would have benefited from just like an extra person taking the time to comb through this thoroughly type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so they did actually make the videos accessible in a repository. Also, just wanted to quickly say hi, Jack. Thank you for joining us. Hello. So they did make the videos themselves that they made accessible in a public repository. And they've basically classified their videos into two. Well, they had three categories. So there was like misinformation, accurate information, and a control condition, which kind of gave accurate information about sleep and nothing to do with ADHD. I think for what I'm going to say next, I think the control condition's kind of irrelevant, if that makes sense. Like, I'm really focusing on the misinformation and accurate information categories. Because at the end of the day, I think those are the two that you want to be most directly comparable in a way. Like the control condition, you absolutely do also need that to be directly comparable to, but I'm more just talking like, I just think about the control makes it complicated, to be honest. So I'll just leave it out for now. Basically, so they had these misinformation videos about ADHD and accurate information about ADHD. And as I was going through them, I kind of noticed this interesting pattern, which was that the misinformation category included quite a few videos which, as I was watching them, I started questioning, well, is this meeting their definition of misinformation? Is it misinformation generally? So for example, one of them was like, one of them was basically like, this is how, so again, I'm quoting the video, this isn't me saying this. So one of the videos was basically like, this is how to get me to meet a deadline as an ADHDer. You tell me that the deadline is earlier than it actually is, and then I won't be rushing at the last minute to get it all done the night before. Instead, I'll be rushing at the last minute to get it all done the night before, but 2 days early. And like, as I was watching it, I had this moment of like, but I do that. Like, I unironically ask my colleagues to do this because it genuinely helps me. And then I was thinking like, so I'm not ADHD, but I'm autistic, and like there's quite a lot of similar kind of experiences around like attention. So for me, I really struggle to focus on something if I'm not really, really interested in it. I can make myself do stuff eventually, which is why I'm kind of like, I don't have ADHD. Like I said, just autistic. And it's not like I can't do stuff that I'm not interested in. It's just like, I'm just like, oh, you know, like probably to a greater extent than the average person. Like I need a real push to get started, if that makes sense. Yeah, Bobo says, I literally bug you in DMs like that on your request. Yeah, I can confirm. Bobo does act like, I will ask like we've got like a mod channel in my Discord, and I will say to them like, please hold me accountable for getting these things done, because otherwise I won't do them. And it's all the things I'm putting off. But yeah, but like the deadline thing, I get my colleagues to do that. So I start thinking like, well, is that misinformation? Like if that is a genuine strategy that is used by neurodivergent people to manage their executive dysfunction, is it misinformation? Just because it doesn't meet like scientific evidentiary standards, is it inherently misinformation? Which I think then I'm not gonna lie, this does then start to open up a whole can of worms around the philosophy of like who gets to define what is misinformation and what isn't. But yeah, I found it really, really interesting that they put that explicitly into the misinformation category. And then there's another one of the videos where it's like a POV, so it's like a point of view type of video. So it's like she goes into the fridge and she gets the milk out so that she can make her coffee or whatever, and then she like she's like she's gonna go put some she like gets her milk out, and then she puts it on the counter, shuts the fridge, and then she kind of like turns around, does something else, turns back to the fridge, reopens it, and is like, where's my milk, you know? And again, I was like, but I do that. So I feel like a lot of the videos that they created, they aren't inherently misinformation necessarily. They're more just kind of like meant to be funny, relatable things. That like their individual experiences of ADHD that specific people do genuinely have. Maybe they're just sharing them to be like funny and relatable. But I'm not sure that I would classify that as misinformation because it's not inaccurate. It does apply to some people who have ADHD. And I think that the next paper that we're going to talk about kind of teases this apart in a really like in a much better way. So yeah, like although those I wrote down that the expressions were kind of Barnum effecty in the sense of like they're kind of overgeneralized in a way that makes everybody kind of think to some extent, I do that. That's me, literally me, for real, for real. But I don't know if that's inherently misinformation. And the other interesting thing that I noticed as a difference was that in these videos, they used like identity first language. So it was reflecting what seems to generally be the community preference. Now, if we jump over to the accurate information category videos, they actually use they use person first language. So they say individual with ADHD, and then the information that they're providing, it's just kind of inherently less engaging. Like I think I think that the persuasion techniques really were a confounding variable in these different types of videos because like all of the misinformation category ones, they're like fun, they're personal, like they're telling a funny story, they're quite engaging, whereas the accurate information category videos is like 7 facts about women with ADHD. Women are significantly less likely to be diagnosed with ADHD. They have significantly higher rates of emotional dysregulation compared to to typically developing peers. And I was like, this is so boring. So yeah, I think there's quite a big confound in terms of like language use, in terms of persuasion techniques, and in terms of the fact that I think a lot of the misinformation category wasn't actually inherently misinformation. And then after I'd gone through those videos, I wrote down in my document, I'm losing my mind, I can't do this.
Yeah. In my personal notes, I had a similar experience with going through the data analysis, because some of the decisions they made were kind of baffling, and it's weird because like they have an interesting core idea, and they want to be good experimentalists and try to do things with rigid controls so that they can try to establish things like cause effect relationships or anything like that. Good experimentalists, not just relying on the messy but ecologically valid videos that are already out there and trying to classify them, which is what the other paper does. They took real videos and then coded them. But they did just sort of execute it in kind of like just a lot of weird decisions. To use the language of some statisticians I know, there's a lot of researcher degrees of freedom in the research design here that aren't properly justified. And while they have an interesting idea here and an interesting study and interesting data, I don't know how much this can actually tell us about what they claim to have been doing the research on, but it can give us some ideas for how to design much better research to get at these underlying things. Um, and I do hope that these researchers do continue to do that, because that's a normal part of things. Like, I'm looking back at some of my earliest research going, that was really badly designed. I'm glad I now have 20 years of experience to design a better study. And I maybe would assume that one or maybe more of these authors is a graduate student or an undergraduate student themselves designing research. So the criticisms here are meant to motivate better designed research in the future rather than to just slag off these researchers
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
But you are bringing up a lot of kind of very interesting things that, unless you are attending to some of these kinds of things, you wouldn't think without a deeper dive into the stimuli or anything like that, you wouldn't think that it's a big deal. Like the use of engaging anecdotal experiences and then classifying that as misinformation versus these very sterile BuzzFeed list type article listicle things as that's accurate information. Well, there's a lot of stuff that's different between those two. It's not just the truth value of what's being said. Um, it's stuff you gotta take into consideration.
Yeah. And if we're being cynical about it, it also kind of speaks to some extent about the researcher's positionality on like positivist empirical data versus community experiences and community
Hmm.
crowdsourced information as well. But again, that's probably not a tangent for today.
So actually, after I didn't share this article with you, but it was one that I did plan to talk about a bit later. But there is a paper from last year in the journal Autism. It's social media shaping autism perception and identity, and the researchers actually do have a positionality statement in their methods section. Um, so, like some
Sorry,
researchers do.
social media shaping autism.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, you could link it also. That would be easier.
I was just
Thank
gonna,
you.
the references command so that you can
I
check it
forgot
out.
about the refs command.
No, that's fine. So some researchers, when they are studying groups of people, especially if they, are not a part of that group, will be mindful to put in a positionality statement. It may not be marked out as such in this paper. It's just at the end of their description of their thematic analysis of the videos that they were uh, looking at, or the interviews that they were coding and doing. But they did put in a positionality statement, so it is kind of an important thing because the researchers are people, and I know that the stereotypes of scientists are like just the facts, but like you come to your research from your own background, history, and experiences, and every single member of the team does as well, and that is going to necessarily be limited because no matter how big the research team is, it's a finite number of people. So you are going to only be coming at it from a finite amount of perspectives. And when you are researching a group of people, whether that is a racial minority, a religious minority, people with rare health or mental health disorders or anything like that, you're going to have a different perception of all of these issues than somebody who is a member of that community. And you need to acknowledge that gap in your own ability to think through these things because that is a limitation of your individual ability to understand a phenomenon. It's one that I do think that we are getting better about recognizing as a field in cognitive science, psychology, sociology, and so on. But one that we're still not there yet, where it's a standard practice among all researchers who do these things. But it should be.
I actually put a positionality statement into my PhD thesis, and
Nice.
my defense committee were like, "That's really random. This is quantitative," and I was like, "Yeah, but the topic means that I feel like I should still do it, you know." And I
Well,
think there
yeah.
have been a few papers come out like kind of arguing that positionality statements should be more regular in quantitative
Mhm.
research as well, and I'm kind of inclined to agree because yeah, like researcher biases do affect the research questions you're asking
Yeah.
and then how you investigate what you're investigating. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It affects the quantities that you are analyzing because
Hmm.
it affects the decision of what measures you're using. Going back to
Hmm.
the conversation earlier about the latent variable modeling problem, like you're going to make decisions from what you think are best practices, and that's going to be informed by your experiences, education, background, and so on. And somebody from a different background may think, oh, we would actually want to study this phenomenon in a slightly different way. Maybe instead of stigma as a proxy for motivation, we may want to have this other proxy for motivation to get at this other sliver of intrinsic motivation rather than extrinsic motivation. That is exactly the kind of reason that it matters, even in quantitative research. because the quantities that you choose to collect data about are still researcher degrees of freedom,
Mhm.
and you need to account for that and justify that.
Exactly. Yeah, I've gone through all of my notes on this first paper now.
Yeah, so I like I said, I could probably dig very, very deeply onto the statistics, in a way that would be boring to anybody who isn't, a diehard stats fan. I will just sort of leave it though at numbers don't add up. Compare values in table 2 to the graphically depicted values in figure 1, and it just sort of like there's something weird going on there. But I think it's also important to complement what this paper is doing, not just an important research design, but they do have a lot of practices in this paper that I do want more researchers to adopt, including
Mhm.
transparency. They have shared their stuff on OSF. I wish more researchers did that. I haven't actually checked the OSF, but do you happen to know if this was like a pre-registered thing? Because that's usually what I see people using OSF for.
I couldn't see anywhere. I don't know if I was just missing it, but it linked to it had a view only link. I didn't check whether it was
Mm,
public yet. And the only thing that I could see on it was the files, but admittedly I didn't dig too deeply into it.
okay. Um, yeah, that's fair. But like that kind of transparency is very important because if all we had to rely on was their vague description of their stimuli, we wouldn't have this other
Yeah.
element of constructive criticism,
Mhm.
thanks to their transparency. So even though we are critiquing the work or the work that they did, the behaviors that they engaged in gave us the opportunity to think through these things and reflect on it. And I do wish more researchers did that.
Mhm.
Um, so that I think is a really good thing. And yeah, actually, another thing that I really liked as well was that they teased apart, and I know that this is based on their prior research that they cited on the SBACs, whatever that is, separating out the accuracy of the knowledge versus their confidence in their knowledge, because those are two different things. And I know that a
Mhm.
lot of people have heard the Dunning-Kruger effect and all that other stuff. It's more there's a lot of Dunning-Kruger effect about the Dunning-Kruger effect. um, it's a very misunderstood phenomenon, and cognitive bias, but confidence is a separate thing from whether what you believe is in fact true. And I like that they tease that apart. A lot of researchers, and I do count myself included in this, do sometimes just care primarily about, do you have the right answer or not? Are you accurate or not? How strong is your belief in the scientific consensus or whatever? And confidence is kind of a big deal because that's going to be a factor that motivates people to be open to changing their mind, that motivates people to receiving criticism. Um, People with low confidence may believe the right thing, but they have low confidence, so they may actually be more easily persuaded to stop believing the right thing. And I think it's a really good thing to include that companion variable as well. So I did like that design decision too. Um, so yeah, like they did some good things here. Ultimately, to try to make the argument that viewing misinformation on TikTok lowers people's accurate understanding of attention deficit disorder, ADHD. Um, but viewing accurate information increases both people's knowledge, but also their confidence. That's an important finding. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, so some good things along with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I just checked, and it does not seem to have a pre-registration, but the OSF
Okay.
repository is open access.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. So for those who may not be familiar, what is a pre-registration, Sai?
A pre-registration is basically where you publicly declare what analyses you're going to do and what you expect to find from them. And then it's kind of there. It's permanently on the internet. Once something's on the internet, you can't take it off. And so people can then compare if what you did in your research actually matches up with what you said you were going to do. So it kind of lets us assess whether whether you actually Whether you're actually following your own plan.
In general, it's so hard to fight healthcare misinformation.
Yeah,
Cause once
or
it takes
also,
off,
like, you know,
it's
not
hard
not
to
even
combat.
nefarious like that, but it's to help the researchers to honestly present, here's what we plan to do,
Mhm.
and then here is the full suite of things that we did. Because there's nothing wrong with post hoc exploratory
Mhm.
analysis on the and there's also, you know, nothing wrong with we planned to do this analysis, but oh, the data that we got is not commensurate with this analysis. We assumed that, you know, assumptions of normality and linearity would be met, and we were going to do a, you know, a linear, parametric analysis, but the data was, you know, non-linear. It was heteroscedastic, so we had to do non-parametric analysis. It's just about transparency for the reader's sake,
Mhm.
as well as accountability for the researcher's sake.
Yes. I would also like to add, for me personally, I use pre-registration because I forget what I was planning to do. If I don't have like a full research protocol, I like publicly available, I will forget where I've saved it, and then I will be like, "What was I? Why did I? What? Huh? Why did I choose this again? What was I planning to do?" So it's also helpful from that perspective. I can say from personal experience, if you don't pre-register, sometimes you accidentally um, sometimes you accidentally hark because you forgot your hypotheses. May or may not have done that in one of my undergraduate studies.
It happens. We're all human. Also, HARK, for those who may not know, is an acronym that stands for hypothesizing after the results are known. So HARK. It's considered a questionable research practice, but there is, you know, there's nuance to it because you may develop a hypothesis after your planned analysis, and then it's just like, well, we have the data that can explore this new hypothesis that was generated. So now we just need to separate the pre-registered hypotheses with the post hoc hypotheses or the ad hoc hypotheses. So yeah, it's a thing. Science is weird.
Yeah, science
Probably
is
just a way to
weird.
put that. Yeah. And I mean science as a profession, like the behaviors and practices and standards are, we are a culture, and we're actually many cultures, but we are a culture, so we have our traditions and our mores, and those are always under debate and discussion and changing.
They are indeed.
Yeah.
Also, sorry to hijack very quickly. What Patty, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, hi Flock. Yeah, hello, hello. And Rico, hi. Thank you so much for the resub. It's been 14 months already. That is wild. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rico said, in general, it's so hard to fight healthcare misinformation because once it takes off, it's hard to combat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's you know, there's a variety of sayings that all coalesce around the idea that a lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth is finished up lacing up its boots. And there's a lot of different versions of that quote, but that's the idea. Yeah. And then there's also Brandolini's law, an informal internet law, that is, it takes an order of magnitude more effort to combat BS than it does to produce it.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, so you know, I guess unless people really want me to go into like why you don't necessarily want to follow up multivariate analysis of variance with post hoc univariate analysis, why you instead want to do linear discriminant analysis, unless we want to turn this into a stats lesson, we can maybe talk about how this other paper addresses some of the concerns that we had, and was, as you said at the start, just a very straightforward single study. Here's what we did. Here's what we found. Bing bang boom, kind of paper. So we can do that if you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, I also do want to be mindful of time because when we initially agreed to the collaboration, you had put in, you know, like 3 hour thing, and we have been going for
I'm
about
good.
3 hours now.
I'm
Okay,
good.
cool. Good. I
The
did
3
just want to
hours
check
was
in
an
with you though.
approximation.
Okay.
I can go for like realistically I could probably go for another 2 hours if needed. I have flexible working, so I have a wee bit of a lie-in.
Very, very cool. Very cool. But yeah, so this other paper, and I'll, the link is in the references command, but here's also just a direct link for anybody in chat who wants to see it. And this is also published by Springer Nature, the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders. This paper is also looking at TikTok. It is looking at autism rather than ADHD, but it is taking a slightly different perspective on uh, neurodiversity information slash misinformation as presented on TikTok. And rather than looking at cause effect relationships between seeing the information and then how much you know and how confident you are, it is just looking at like how viral is this content on TikTok? How, like, are there differences in the virality of accurate information versus misinformation versus what they're going to call overgeneralizations on TikTok? Um, and they are going to acknowledge that this is also kind of separate from videos on TikTok that are anecdotal, like, and presented as anecdotal, like living with autism, being autistic in a relationship, being autistic in the workplace, like that kind of stuff. They're going to bracket all of those videos to just focus on stuff that is intended to be informational content rather than personal content, which is a big difference from that past
Mhm.
the previous study, which was presenting some of the personal experiences of living with ADHD as though it were information slash misinformation. Um, so it is a slightly different approach, um, and but a nice companion piece for what we just went through.
Absolutely. It's actually so short that I only have 7 bullet points about the whole paper. um, yeah, like I think that overall, I think yeah, it was a lot clearer. Hang on a second. Um they didn't really explicitly ground their study in any existing theory, but I think that's okay because it's although they don't state this, it's pretty obviously exploratory. They're kind of
Mhm.
just looking on TikTok and seeing what's there. So yeah, the lack of theory is totally fine in this case. Instead, they kind of built up the justification for why it's important to do this research, I think, a lot more strongly. And yeah, they actually gave concrete examples of misinformation as well, which made me happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think they
Uh,
also made a really important point, which is that on a video platform like TikTok, we kind of talked about this a little bit at the beginning, but like on a video platform like TikTok, there is a really high risk that high like autistic people who are highly verbal or have lower support needs get massively overrepresented, and then their voice is the dominant one.
mhm.
And to be honest, it's something that I think about quite a lot because there is a very strong chance that a lot like it is they say in the paper there's a chance that this is kind of shaping the new public narrative about what autism is, and
Mhm.
I think there's a strong chance that they're probably right. I mean, I don't know. There must surely be like family vloggers, for example, that make like family vlogging content about their family that has a higher support needs or non-verbal autistic child. But my gut feeling is that like that's probably less likely to get the broad reach of like a funny, engaging, verbal high intelligence autistic influencer, you know? Um, yeah.
Yeah, because if you consider people who have higher needs or people who are nonverbal, they're probably not going to be the ones to produce that content and
Mhm.
upload it themselves. It's going to be
Yeah,
someone else. And so then
exactly.
any family member or healthcare professional or anything could then be accused by the viewers of TikTok or YouTube or whatever of exploiting and abusing that person for
Mhm.
content. And that's not entirely an unfair concern. People with higher needs are at higher risk for being exploited and abused in any
Mhm.
context, whether it's autism or mobility disorders or age related decline. People with needs are exploited more. That doesn't mean they're always being exploited, and there may be honest attempts to try to present, hey, there is this other side to this condition. There is this other set of voices that we're not hearing. But the internet the internet can go after people something fierce, and
Mhm.
you don't want to be on the end of an internet witch hunt. Um, so that's going to, like you said, shape the narrative and really kind of limit the voices that we hear from a group of people who in general we don't hear a lot of voices from,
Yeah.
which can distort the information ecosystem in a different way.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's actually a topic that's talked about in autism research as well, because a lot of the time there's almost kind of like, at least from my understanding, I'm not an autism researcher. I am a researcher who is autistic. Very, very big difference there. Like, I'm not an expert on this area, but I have done research into neurodiversity in the past, and from what I've kind of generally seen is that there's kind of like two ecosystems around autism research. There's like participatory autism research, which is normally with those highly verbal, low support needs, high intelligence autistic people, and then there's separately kind of like clinical research or like intervention research, which seems to be more orientated around people who are non-verbal or have higher support needs, and often it's less participatory in that way. So and then there's also all the stuff around like trying to find the cause and stuff, but I think that's I'm not willing
Yeah,
to have
yeah.
that conversation at 10 p.m. um so yeah, so but like the kind of like two ecospheres, they kind of coexist, but my experience of the literature, which admittedly, like I said, is quite a small sliver, is that they don't really interact that much. And I do feel like, the lower the lower support needs people are not being represented in that kind of participatory, let's find out what the community's needs are kind of research. It does happen. It's a significantly less amount. And yeah, it's kind of interesting how that's the same debate is kind of reflected on TikTok, like in an advocacy space, arguably.
Yeah. uh, i- I don't know the degree to which this is sort of a common experience or anything like that, but I do sometimes wonder that when it comes to any sort of issue that people are dealing with, it doesn't have to even be a health related issue. It could be like going through divorce or something like that. The degree to which we as individuals take our own experiences and project them out as like this is the typical experience of going through whatever this is: a
Mhm.
breakup, divorce, loss of a pet, or being diagnosed with cancer, losing a limb, whatever. Which is, kind of a tough thing to keep in check because, well, if it's happening to you, it is now part of your life and it is normal for you to be going through it and experiencing in that way because that's your life. And that's perfectly valid and real. But how much do we really balance ourselves and go, oh, just because I'm experiencing it this way doesn't mean that somebody else who also fits the label of like experiencing this as well is going to be going through it in a very different way. Maybe they have different support structure, maybe they have different support needs, maybe they have a different background for tolerance of the stressors and anxieties. And I do sometimes, and I know that there are people who research this. I have not done the research. How much do we overinterpret our own experiences as representative of the phenomenon, and how much trouble we can get in if we don't actively work to keep that in check and recognize the diversity and variation of navigating these types of situations that we see. And again, to put it in the language that you pointed out, like the information that is presented online, especially some information is going to be algorithmically boosted by TikTok, by YouTube. How much of that is presenting a very distorted view of what it means to experience any particular thing, especially as it relates to mental health issues like neurodiversity issues or disability rights issues? How much is that misrepresenting it? Even if it's capturing an accurate sliver of the phenomenon, how big or small is that sliver? And what are we not seeing and what are we not hearing? And what can we do to hear the voices that we're still not hearing?
Yeah. Sorry, I have nothing to
Um,
follow up on that.
Oh, no, it's fine. And one of the nice things about both of these research studies here is that they give us a lens through which to acknowledge some of that sliver there. Either, the previous paper, they're creating content that was attempting to mirror the kind of content that they've seen, and then there's this paper which is actually just finding the content that's already out there and then trying to do this thematic analysis to understand what it is, um, recognizing that they're not really capturing all of the nuance that's out there, just a slice of it. Um, and this can give us as researchers, and thankfully the researchers who do specifically study this, it gives them tons of information for how to move forward, and then hopefully inform policymakers. uh, you know Other health advocacy groups, whether they're the NHS or the American Medical Association, on policies and recommendations, how things get updated for the next issue of the DSM or the ICD or anything like that. uh, it gives them that information, and then hopefully it eventually does make its way to all of us who are not specifically experts in this particular area, so that we can get a better understanding of these things. um, it's ultimately good that this research is out there for a variety of reasons, that being one of them, because we do want to hear more voices that we are not used to hearing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I also, that I know for a fact that there is some really, really good research out, like, being done out there, which is
Mhm.
both participatory and involving people with higher support needs.
Yeah.
So I actually know someone who's like doing um research around the needs of autistic people that use like alternative and augmented communication devices, and stuff
Hmm.
like that is like super, super useful. It's really hard work to do that research also. So like, this
Yeah.
is the other thing, like, it's easy, like, it's just kind of inherently easier to just kind of give a survey to a bunch of
Hmm.
yeah, low support needs autistic adults.
Yeah.
um but the work with especially high support needs autistic adults, that is especially like a niche of people that really need their voices to be heard. Which is why it's so great that charities like Autistica are doing such a great job at doing that. By the way, you can donate on Tiltify using the QR code that's on my stream, by the way, if you didn't know.
Yes. And
Sorry, I had to do my
let's
Jingle Jam shilling.
no, absolutely shill. And anybody who is watching this from my channel, I highly, highly recommend, because we're collabing, so you're going to still hear me. Go over to Size Stream and watch there, and look at the donate links, look at the QR code, and if you can afford to, throw a few dollars towards the Tiltify campaign. It is good work. It is a great cause, and your donations are super appreciated.
I also
And
realized
we
there were
w-
two
we
people
will
that
get Psydere to contact Karen Douglas.
it's
Premier, like,
happening.
legitimately, Karen Douglas is one of the biggest names in the field of the psychology of
Mhm.
conspiracy theories. Like, I talk about her research all the time on my channel. So if you reach out to her and she agrees to come on your, like, I will be so envious of you. For real, for real. But like, yeah, like, we can make this happen.
We can make
As
it
well as get another
happen.
Pikmin song. Yeah.
I also realized that there were two or three donations, I think, while I was offline. Doc Rex, I don't know if I thanked you for your donation when I was last streaming. Thank you. Thank you, Yoavco, as well, for the £10 donation. And Toad Bear donated while I was offline £500. Thank you so much. I'm really, really sorry that I was offline and didn't see it. I've literally only just logged into my dashboard to check. Thank you so much. It's going to a great cause.
Also, am I mispronouncing your name? Because I know that some of your viewers are sort of repeating the joking message. Who's Cider? Am I Is it Psydere or
Yeah,
Psydare
cider,
or
right?
Psydere? All right,
But you
I
know what?
apologize.
No, do you know what? Okay, got a fun piece of lore about me. my real name, like my government issued name on my ID, is always mispronounced. So I genuinely don't process it when people address me in a way that's like pronounced wrong, either in real life or while I'm streaming.
I apologize. Thank you to members of Size community for catching me on that and catching me on it enough that I kind of had the recognition to ask, because the names that we choose to go by online, like, we chose to go by them for a reason, and maybe, I think it matters to try to pronounce it in ways that the people want them to be pronounced. That's why I do say, like, when people rate in or whatever, it's like, either pronunciation is fine for Racco or Reiko. Like, I've heard both, it doesn't matter. um but my legal name is Emilio, and I have heard a million variations of it over the course of my life, uh, some of which don't even get all of the syllables correct, and you do just kind of get used to it. But it's also like, that's my name, man. Like, you could try. So yeah, thank you for correcting me, Size chat.
How much do you know
And
about
yes,
anime?
Not enough to say that I'm a weeb, but I am weeb adjacent.
Okay.
And most of my anime knowledge is from, say, the mid '90s to the late 2000s.
So in anime, there's like character archetypes, especially in ones with like romance subplots. Anonymous,
Oh,
thank
so like
you.
Tsundere and
Yeah,
Yandere.
exactly.
Okay.
Anonymous, thank you so much for the £25 donation. Thank you so much.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's meant to be like a pun because it's like personality archetypes, and I hate personality types. And Starmer006, thank you so much.
That is
for the
such a
£10
Gemini thing to
donation.
say.
Oh my gosh, you're such a Libra.
Well,
I
I
don't
am an
even know what that
INTP
means,
or whatever.
actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just remember, the Myers-Briggs is just sophisticated astrology, folks.
This is such an INTP thing to say. I unironically have had so many undergrads be like, "What is your Myers-Briggs type?" And I always tell them I'm an I think it is INTP. I always tell them I'm an INTP, which means that I am now going to empirically rip apart what you have just asked me, and then I give them the dressing down on it, and I say, "Never mention this in my classroom again."
So I took the Myers-Briggs in my high school psychology class, because I was fortunate enough to go to a high school that offered psychology as an elective, which is what eventually steered me into it as a major. And I took the Myers-Briggs there, and yeah, I was an INTP. And I remembered that because I also remembered the teacher is just like, yeah, but like, I wouldn't say there's a lot of science behind this, but it's a fun little personality quiz. And it's just like, okay, cool. Good to know.
Absolutely. Also, Anonymous, thank you so much for the £10 donation. Thank you.
Yeah, like, I put as much stock in the Myers-Briggs as I do those BuzzFeed quizzes of, like, which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle are you? And,
Yeah.
like, I'm totally a Raphael, and I will answer the questions to get Raphael, like,
One of my
'cause he's
favorite
the cool one.
websites when I was younger had like really, really intricate, like, what Pokemon are you type of quizzes. And it would
Yeah.
literally be like 20 to 30 different possible answers. Like, there were so many possible answers. And yeah, I always think that probably did slightly direct my descent into psychology. Yeah.
Yeah, which is weird because, like, personality psychology is a field, and there are models. Somebody in your chat said the ocean model, the 5-factor model. There's also the hexaco model, and things like that. So, like, it is a topic that people do try to approach scientifically, but also people do still try to scientifically study psychic powers. So it gets into, like, a I don't know, a thing that I do contribute to as well is like what is the actual nature of science versus pseudoscience? Like
Mhm.
just because we can study something in an empirically rigorous way, are we still doing science? Like what are we actually doing here? Um
Yeah.
like how many underlying assumptions have we left unstated for personality research? You know, like ecological niche development of personality, like all sorts of stuff. Like and then I do think back, like, yeah, but like we've been doing this for a long time. It's actually astrology and things like that are some of the oldest things that humans have been trying to do. We just really are interested in trying to categorize people. And that that's a weird thing about us, I think.
Mhm. Why are we like this?
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, the only personality type that matters is which Sex and the City character are you. You're totally a Charlotte, Suverin. I don't know enough about that show to have an opinion on what that means.
I have never watched it. The only thing that matters to me at the minute are you team Edward or are you team Jacob or are you team Charlie and a normal hinged person?
Yeah, didn't you go off a few weeks ago about the Twilight thing because you had just recently seen them and you were talking about the what was it like one of the characters' fathers or something like that? Y-
I have been watching all of them.
Okay.
And like the first one, I went to go and see it because it sounded funny. It was ironic. But like the more that I've watched them, the more invested I've got. But like not in a like I care about the characters kind of way, and more in a like I'm now annoyed and I need to see this to its conclusion kind of way. But yeah, like so there's like the main character Bella, and like she lives with her dad Charlie, and he is the only
Hmm.
normal person in this entire universe. Like everyone else, like he still kind of needs therapy. Everyone else really needs therapy. Like he
Hmm.
is the voice of reason. He is the one who's like, there's lots of strange things happening. Bella, are you okay? This isn't normal. What? Huh? Yeah. So they
So
they did him wrong. They did him wrong. He deserved more screen time and he deserved to be treated better. This is my opinion on the entire
oh,
Twilight series.
fair enough. Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with it at all. But so now I'm maybe confusing the one in my head. Is Twilight the series that started as fan fiction of 50 Shades, or is it the other way
I think
around?
it's
That
the other
50
way
Shades started.
round.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 50 Shades started out as a Twilight fanfic. But yeah, I mean,
Okay.
either way, Twilight is kind of wacky. Like the whole story, I can't recommend it as a depiction of of healthy relationship modeling, but I can recommend it as something that's really funny, like
Yeah. Well,
unintentionally really funny.
I mean, that's the great thing about fiction is it doesn't have to be accurate. Like I wouldn't recommend anybody watch Star Wars for parenting tips. You know, it's not a great depiction of a father-son relationship, but you know, I would recommend it because pew pew and vroom, vroom, and lightsabers and all that are cool.
Exactly.
So, you know. Um so yeah, interesting. Yeah, sorry, weird digression.
Oh no, it's the yapping part of the scientific yapping. I do have more notes about the paper though, if we want to go
Oh,
back
yeah,
to
sure,
the
sure, sure.
paper.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
So, did you? Okay, so I think I kind of just jumped straight to the methodology because there wasn't really anything in the introduction. To be fair, it was just kind of justifying why to do it. They did a good job. I
Mhm,
have no other comment.
mhm.
So, um, with actually, would you like to maybe do you have any thoughts first? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah. So one thing is, they explain their inclusion and exclusion criteria. So this is a little bit more of a qualitative type of research design and analysis. And I will say that, like, I know that qualitative analysis does get a lot of guff, but I think that especially social scientists and cognitive and behavioral scientists, I think we need to take much more seriously learning qualitative analysis because most of human phenomenon you're not really capturing something by reducing it down to a number. I'm a 5 out of 7 on my extroversion scale. Well, what does that mean? Like, kind of thing. So qualitative research, it is a slightly different design than what they did in the previous study that we just read. But what they did is they looked at TikTok, looked at the top videos, and then they do explain their inclusion and exclusion criteria for what they're specifically doing. And I like that they did bracket out um, the videos identified as personal experiences or were entertainment or were presented as entertainment. Like, they are really specifically focusing on stuff that was presented as individual or as informational. Then they also sort of categorized it in terms of accuracy, inaccuracy, or what they term overgeneralizations, which may be true for some people, but not necessarily are true for every person who has autism or every autistic person. Then they also categorized who is presenting in the video. Is it an autistic person themselves? Is it a healthcare professional? Is it someone else? They were looking at these other features of it because this helps build the picture of who's going viral, and two, for what reasons, and how much does that align or not align with what the scientific and medical understanding of autism is. Also, it looks like you're being rated, so I'll let you take
Hi,
over from here.
Raiders. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. Candy Cane, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. The Caniacs are here. Let's go. Hi, Rolly Games. Hi, Candy. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Hello, Neela. Hello. Hi, T Art. Hi, Yo Psycho. Hello, Old T Head, and hello, Tempest Brewer. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Yeah, hi. I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist and also a VTuber, and I do both at the same time. I talk about science as a VTuber. And this is Racco. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Racco. I'm collabing with Psydere today. And I just learned that her name is Psydere instead of what I've been calling her, which is Psydere the whole time. So I'm just a little sheepish and embarrassed right now. I'm a cognitive scientist and speedrunner here on Twitch, where I stream mostly me failing to play video games very fast and then occasionally going on tangents about the science of why people reject evolution or vaccines or anything like that. Normal stuff.
Yeah, and then my research experience is actually in a pretty similar area. My research is all about why people believe conspiracy theories. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid.
Space gifted a tier 1 sub to Candy Cane TV. They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
Because we are raising money for Autistica as part of Jingle Jam, and I see you're also doing Jingle Jam, Candy Cane. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope your Jingle Jam is going well. We're trying out the Jingle Jam games collection. Let's go! There's so many great games in it, right? If you lot haven't already got the Jingle Jam games collection, you should definitely go and have a look. You can... Wait, do I still have... Yeah, I still have the Tiltify link. There's a Tiltify link in case you want somewhere to go and buy it. It is £35, Great British Pound Sterling. I think it's 15 games, if I remember correctly. And there's some really, really good ones in there. Some of them are actually like pretty trendy ones as well, or pretty hyped up ones. So for example, mouthwashing is in there. But they're all like, they all look pretty good. There's a nice mixture of them too. There's like a strategy game. There's like sandbox type games. There's Train Simulator, which I'm fundraising for Autistica because I am autistic as well as being a psychologist. And I approve of Train Simulator. Talking about overgeneralizations. But yeah, I was going somewhere with that. I started laughing at my own joke, and now I've forgotten what I was saying. Thank you so much for the raid.
Tactical Breach Wizard is part of the Jingle Jam. Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to get that one, folks. Mm-hmm. Tactical Breach Wizard is it looks so cool.
So far, we've tried Dungeons of Hinterberg, Spiritful, Core Keeper, and Train Simulator. Let's go! I've only so far tried Dungeons of Hinterberg, and I really, really enjoyed it. It's, like, the graphical style on it is so cool. It's kind of like got this like almost like cartoony style with like thick outlines. I know I've seen a few other games that kind of look similar, but this one's kind of set in in the Alps. So it's like got the beautiful Alps scenery, but in that style is really cool. Really, really cool.
Yeah, and I've heard nothing but amazing things about mouthwash as a kind of whatever kind of genre of game that it is. You know, I don't really know what to describe it as, but I've just heard it is like critically acclaimed for what it is. So yeah, there's some really good games on this list.
So yeah, if you haven't got the Jingle Jam games collection yet, you should totally consider doing it. It's really, really cool. And Candy Cane, if you need to, step away from the PC, have a stretch, have some food and some water, please, please, please do. It's really important to look after yourself after you've been streaming. I'm not sure how long you were streaming for, but the longer you stream, the more you need to look after yourself. So yeah, if you need to do that, please absolutely do. But if you want to stick around, we would love to have you here. Yeah, we really appreciate the raid. Thank you.
And Narc, thank you for gifting a sub to Candy Cane to both Psy and my channels. Very kind of you again.
Thank you. And also Tenacious19, thank you for follow, and a weird flea bro as well. Great username.
But yeah, so for those of you coming in on the raid, Psydere and I are going over a paper on analyzing the content on TikTok as it relates to autism, and we were just sort of discussing the paper at the moment. So yeah, I really like that they were bracketing out, like, we're looking at informational content, but that's not the only kind of content that's out there, and also that they do distinguish between like who is providing the informational content, whether it is other healthcare professionals or medical providers, or are they uh, um, non-autistic creators and non-healthcare practitioners, so maybe like family members versus like autistic creators themselves. And we can actually see in their figure that there are pretty big differences in the informational content that varies as a function of who is doing the content creation. And I think that that's a very kind of like neat and straightforward thing to communicate, is like, so going back to something that you had talked about earlier in the previous paper with like credibility, like source credibility matters. And like the source of information is going to be a part of the informational content, and this is a nice sort of depiction of exactly that.
Yeah, I really liked the way that they broke it down by the user type as well. I thought that was really, really cool. Also, like, I'm not gonna lie, it made me feel a bit better about science communication. Because I was like, yippee, we do actually know what we're talking about. Most of the time. When I'm not talking about Twilight, I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, I do think that it is interesting that there were, at least as far as the videos that they analyzed, and they do, it was only 100 and some odd of the top videos that were providing informational content, that the healthcare practitioners, they didn't include any generalizations, but they did include a fair amount of inaccurate information. So look, scientists, doctors, healthcare providers, they're people too. They're not always going to have the perfect information at their disposal. We're gonna also unintentionally, in most cases, serve as vectors of misinformation, and that sucks. Like, we're trying our best, but we are also going to make mistakes. But I did find it very interesting that it was either accurate or inaccurate rather than generalizations. So I do actually kind of like that, as like, oh, the healthcare providers acknowledge that variation and diversity is actually kind of intrinsic to the experience, versus like the non-autistic creators that were also not healthcare providers. Over 50% of their content was over generalizations, and it's like, oh man, that's not good. Y'all gotta stop that.
Yeah, and the overgeneralization category as a whole, like, I feel like this hit exactly what my main problem was with the previous paper. Like, like so much of what they classified as information in the previous paper, it did feel like it was like a personal experience generalized out, and that's exactly what that category is doing in this second paper. So I was like, yay, we love it when there's narrative continuity between the papers. Like, that was a nice coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to read straight from the article how they coded overgeneralizations. So they coded, two coders independently checked the content of the videos, and then they engaged in calculating inter-rater reliability and all this other stuff. The code overgeneralization was used for statements that overgeneralize the experience of some individuals on the spectrum to the entire population. For example, autistic children hate to play with sand, or autistic adults never want to socialize. Statements that may be true for some individuals, but are just not categorically true. Um, so that would be an example of an overgeneralization rather than something that is inaccurate information, because inaccurate information is going to be something that would be also categorically false as opposed to only true some of the time. So there's that nuance there that was a really nice uh, uh, something that came out of their qualitative analysis, and part of the reason why I like the idea of more social and behavioral and cognitive scientists getting familiar with qualitative analytic designs and techniques is you start to recognize more of that nuance.
Absolutely. But then also, I think, right in remembering, yeah, I think there were a few quantitative analyses in there, right? But they were
Yeah.
all pretty straightforward, and also
Mhm.
it, like, this might be such a small thing, but it made me so happy that they like actually used non-parametric analyses when
Oh
their data
yeah.
was skewed. Like,
Yeah, seeing that they did Man Whitney U, I was just sort of
Mhm,
smiling. It's just like, do you know how many psych papers would be saved if they just did a non-parametric version of their
mhm,
parametric test?
mhm.
Like, yeah. Um, but yeah, super straightforward. Like, I know that stats is not everybody's cup of tea and everything like that, but this is, as far as statistics for social and behavioral scientists, this is relatively accessible statistical stuff, like the kind of stuff you get in the first sort of like semester of learning stats analysis and research design. And I kind of like that simplicity because you know there is a thing that some researchers do where they have so much data, so many variables that they end up kind of having to create such an overly complicated analysis, like path diagram and things like that. Where, and I know somebody in chat mentioned this way earlier, you end up in a situation where you're doing like model overfitting, where, well, yeah, you made the analytic decisions that were always going to turn out the result that you hypothesized because you actually have such an overly complicated and large amount of data and variety of variables, whereas this is so straightforward, it's so ultimately simple, and you can do it with out of the box statistics, for lack of a better word. um uh it's nice because you can then, like, this is a great paper for like an introductory psychology stats class, to like, all right, class, go through and reproduce the results if they have this data available. Like, you could absolutely use it, and I like that. There is something very nice and elegant in that kind of simplicity. um and I wish more of us did that, and I am absolutely guilty of not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier about us social psychologists being like, "Ah, look, data. Let me run a mediation model on it." I'm guilty of that because at the end of the day, like, whether I like it or not, that's sometimes what the journal wants, and
Yeah,
sometimes getting your science out there is a delicate balance between doing what you know is right and what you think helps the
we'll get
paper, and
published.
then also,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly, making some changes on the basis of what will get get it published and get people to read it.
Yeah.
We have to do
Yeah.
marketing.
Yeah, because scientific publishing is a business. It's not all done volunteer, nonprofit. Like, it is a business. So the publishers, Springer and Elsevier and Taylor and Francis and Sage and all these are for-profit businesses, and they like to hype up their journals by saying we have the most cutting-edge research, the most novel research that's really pushing the field forward. And this sort of trickles down to the editorial decisions of what does and does not get accepted, which then trickles down into the behaviors of the researchers who are trying to get their research to be published so that it can be read by other researchers. It's actually kind of a problem, and a lot of us in the sciences kind of hate it. Like, for real, like real strong contempt for the scientific publishing business because of how much it is perverting science. And unfortunately, there just aren't a lot of really viable alternatives. So to see a paper get through that is so straightforward like this is very nice. Which is not to slag off any other published research. It's just more complicated to then do that work of translating to a non-expert audience, where non-experts also includes other highly educated people just in a different field. It's rough, and we could do better. But yeah, OPSEC, capitalism ruins yet another industry. Quelle surprise. Um, yeah. Also, Darth Nelder, welcome on in. It's good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, welcome into a science communication stream with fellow science communication streamer Psydere, another expert in the psychology of conspiracy theories. And we're just yapping about research about misinformation and neurodiversity on social media.
Mm-hmm. And also, hi Hannah, hi Hannah, hi. It's big brain stuff. I'm not sure I have a big brain. Racco's got the big brain here.
No.
Brain
size is not
brain.
brain size is also not correlated with anything that matters.
Yeah. There you go. You heard it here first. Genuine science confirmed. Brain size not relevant.
Well, so this is going to seem like an out there kind of thing. There is a 2007 medical case report published in The Lancet, I believe. It is one of the most extreme cases of hydroencephalitis that I think has ever been documented. It is a 40-year-old Frenchman, and I know you're British. Yeah, I don't know you're British, so let's be careful about slagging off the French here. But it's a 40-some-odd-year-old Frenchman who went to the doctor complaining of leg pain. So they did a brain scan, and they found, and it makes sense in context because they were concerned about ataxia, and that is neurological. So they did a brain scan and found out that his what are they called? Not vacuoles. Vesicles? Is that what they're called in the brain? The fluid-filled sacks. I don't think
about brains, I think about people.
That's fair. But the fluid-filled sacs that are responsible for creating and distributing sort of fluids to the brain and the spinal cord, they were so enlarged in the brain that it basically destroyed about 90-some-odd% of his gray matter in his brain. But he was otherwise actually kind of like cognitively unremarkable. He was fully conscious. He held a stable job. He had a family. So, like, yeah, brain size kind of doesn't matter for a lot of things if there is a living, because I do believe he's ventricles. Thank you, Rushwing, and welcome on in, by the way. If there's a man who is 90% of his brain is gone and he's unremarkable, like, yeah, brain size doesn't matter. It's what you do with it that matters.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. But yeah, like the I think it's CT scans of that are just unbelievable. I'm gonna pull it up. This is gonna be a science digression, but so feel free to talk about this article while I pull that one up. But like,
oh no, I'm interested too. Could you send me the article actually on wherever's easiest?
Trying to remember how to spell hydroencephalitis.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. It's titled "The Brain of a White Collar Worker." I don't want to do that.
That's such a wild title. That's how you do academic clickbait.
Yeah. So there's the article. And it's a relatively short one. And
here, yeah, this is really something. It's really small. Sorry, everybody. So
Yeah.
You got it up on yours stream as well.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So yeah, those giant. I've just covered my face. So giant. Okay, let's do this.
Empty space.
Yeah, the giant empty space in the middle. It's not meant to be that big. That is just fluid. It like his brain is so full of fluid. It's not meant to be like that. It's meant to be a lot smaller. Normally, I don't even know how to describe how a normal brain is meant to look. It's not meant to look like that. A healthy brain, there would be a lot more of, you see like the gray stuff around it. That's so that's like white and gray matter, and we'd expect that to be basically the whole image.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the fact that there's like these massive, effectively like cavities in his brain, like that, like his brain is basically not there, and the fact that he was able to live a completely normal, happy life is like, it just shows how adaptable we are as a species. Frankly, it's incredible.
Yeah. The quote from the article: his neurological development and medical history were otherwise normal.
Yeah.
This, by the way, is a paper that I love to point to when there are philosophers and neuroscientists who start speculating about the underlying neural correlates of phenomena like consciousness. And it's like, all right, but now you have to explain this person. Like, your neuroscientific account of consciousness that relies on neurological real estate that this fully conscious human being doesn't have is therefore, it has to be wrong. And I often get met with a lot of like hemming and hawing from neuroscientists and stuff when I bring this up. It's like, oh, that's a cool like aberrant outlier, and it's like, yes, but that outlier is a human being, and you're presenting a case for consciousness that is something that humans have. So like, account for it. Yeah, so I love this case, this clinical picture, this clinical case report. It really should be throwing more wrenches into the works for a lot of neuroscience, and it's barely made like a blip, which is weird. Yeah. So sorry, digression. Yeah, we're not doing big brain stuff here because you don't need a big brain.
Yeah. You can have any size of brain. We're accepting of all of them, regardless of how much of your brain is or is not filled up with fluid.
Yeah. So Master Yo 6A, I almost wanted to say Master Yoda, but I think, correct me if I'm pronouncing it, it says that while that man was way below average intelligence, we don't really know that. All we know is that he scored, a standard deviation and a half or 2 standard deviations below the mean on an IQ test. And IQ tests are not intelligence tests. They are IQ tests. And there is so much terrible pseudoscience and eugenics behind IQ testing that we really do need to, like, I that is one of my bugbears, and I will always sort of call that out. Let's not confuse IQ with intelligence. IQ is very problematic for reasons that I do routinely talk about on my stream. But yeah, anything. Anyways, let's get back to social media neurodiversity.
Yeah. Although I feel like it is still kind of relevant in a way, because there are quite a lot of narratives around like, oh, look, it's the autistic genius. They're so intelligent that they don't have social skills because they can't possibly have both. So I feel like it is actually still a relevant digression in a way.
Yeah, that's fair. Like it's one of those stereotypes about autism as a condition, and I'm now thinking of the YouTuber Ember Green. I don't know if you're familiar with her work, but she's autistic as well, and she does a lot of wonderful long form video essays on various capacities and topics and phenomena related to autism and neurodiversity in a more general sense. And she has many good videos on the intersection between stereotypes about autism and problematic things like the eugenics movement. And
Mhm.
I have always been recommending to people this one video of hers that is, I think it's just titled something like Aspie Supremacy or something like that. Um, and delves into how there's this, and it is online in a lot of ways, this like weird paranormal supernatural form of misinformation about being autistic that is somewhat reliant on some of those stereotypes about, like, they're imbued with a genius that is almost otherworldly or divinely inspired, and you get these very weird things of like, oh, imagine somebody with a normal IQ talking to somebody who has an IQ of 70 and is classified as like Down syndrome. Now imagine you have an IQ of 130 and you're talking to somebody with an average IQ, and it's basically the same difference in intelligence. And it's like, you need to stop right there. You can't do that. Don't do that.
Mhm.
That's not really what the experience is like. But it does feed into and utilizes these stereotypes in a way that ultimately serves eugenicist ends. And I'll throw the video in chat. It's fantastic. Um, but yeah, as you mentioned that, yeah, I was just reminded of her channel, and I do recommend that one to anybody who's interested in learning a little bit more in a long form video essay format about some of these neurodiversity issues.
One of the things that I've heard crop up a few times is that, like, I've heard some people say that autism is the next stage of human evolution because autistic
Yeah,
people are like better adapted to a digital environment, and I'm like, that's
yeah.
kind of wild. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, yeah, and that's part of this video as well. Is you do get some individuals who try to present the whole thing as like, yeah, this is what humans are evolving into, and it's like, no, humans are still varied and diverse, but we've also medically advanced to the degree that various kinds of people that would have died or would have been left to die by an uncaring society 100, 200, 500 years ago are now kept alive, and they are now part of the full and robust and sort of wonderful variation of the human condition, rather than any particular segment of us being the next step of human evolution, something that is notoriously not a guided process.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a fundamental misunderstanding of how evolution works, aside from everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Evolution, famously linear and famously
Yeah.
goal directed, um, anyways, maybe on to less, we can talk about that later on many future streams,
Mm,
because I do talk about these types of issues a lot on my channel. But let's cycle back to the autism and TikTok
yeah.
article. So what other kinds of notes did you have for it?
That was it. That was all my notes, actually.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
literally had 7 bullet points, and I think we've gone over all of them. Yeah, that we said. That we said.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
fair. Yeah,
we've
I
said
don't.
everything. The only other
Yeah.
thing that I wrote down that we haven't addressed is
Mhm.
um I wrote down, is that an Excel graph? Not in a like not in a rude way. I'm not saying
Mhm.
it's necessarily a bad thing, but you know, it's just a bit ugly. That's like my main critique of the paper, is that the graph is ugly.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it doesn't look like they, because even on the online one, like I can understand how in like PDFs they may convert everything to black and white because it saves ink if you were to print it out, kind of thing. But even the online one is still this grayscale black and white picture. And yeah, I don't know. I've gotten into the habit of every empirical paper I do where I do quantitative analysis or data viz, explain what software or describe what software and packages I used. Oh, data analysis was conducted in R version 4 point blah 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 blah, and we used the car package and the psych package and whatever. And data visualization was done using ggplot2 or whatever. Like, I think people should do that. That would be
I think
nice
so
because
too.
yeah,
But also
it
it's
also
like
at the very least helps with reproducibility.
Yeah, absolutely. But like also it's like just kind of difficult to read because it's like a really low resolution JPEG.
Yeah, do you know what's weird is on my OBS layout, I can actually read the graph much more easily than I can from the website or the PDF directly. Like the
Really?
contrast between the overgeneralization, the inaccurate, and the accurate is much clearer on my OBS layout than it is in the PDF itself.
Interesting.
Yeah, which is super weird.
That is weird. Maybe it's because it's zoomed out. Oh, if I zoom out, I can read it better.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I guess because the compression gets like kind of like averaged out, right?
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, yeah. So it's not what's the yeah, so this is like a JPEG rather than like a PNG or anything like that. Yeah, okay.
I'm just
Weird.
gonna very quickly show it on my stream as well so that everyone can see what I'm referring to because like oh, not that one. This one, there we go. Sorry for shaming the wrong study. There you go. Look at this. Like it come on. Come on. There was no need for that. You could just at least save it as a PNG. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I guess we can end talking about this one by pointing out some of their discussion points. And now I'm just going to sort of directly quote from the article. Misinformation about autism, including overgeneralization and oversimplification, has the potential to pose barriers to trust, communication, and shared decision making between professionals and autistic individuals and their families. And I think that's a really kind of like straightforward um like message of importance for this kind of research. I think maybe with a lot of people the stereotype for misinformation is just like, oh well, somebody's wrong and yes, that can produce things, but like, oh, it's just easy to correct, you just need to give people the correct information. And we just don't have enough evidence in 40 plus years of studying that you correct misinformation by simply providing correct information. Some people get very attached to the misinformation that they've encountered because of things like confirmation bias and wishful thinking. They want it to be true, other sort of extrinsic reasons. And if we want to do better at correcting misinformation in the minds of everybody, professionals as well as non-professional audiences, we need to have an appreciation for the information environment as a whole. And a place like TikTok is a slightly different information environment than Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube, and what gets promoted by their algorithms and who, in terms of content creators, rise to the top. Having an awareness of the contours of these information systems gives us clues as to what we can do to provide better information, especially when it comes to issues related to health and mental health. Trust in epistemic institutions like the medical community or the psychiatric community is vital to help people get better and to be treated better by those in their environment who may otherwise misunderstand, what it means to have bipolar disorder or dyslexia or autism. So we need to do better about promoting accurate information and changing the affordances of these social media environments to try to promote better information. There's only good that can come from it. Uh, but we also have to recognize that we are up against very, very powerful institutional forces that profit from engagement, which is separate from accuracy. And a lot of the bad information that rises to the top does so because it is engaging for the algorithm. And that makes this a much tougher battle to correct this type of misinformation. Um, so be mindful and be cautious as you explore your information ecosystems, because what you're being served may not actually be accurate. And it's very important to corroborate this with additional sources that are reliable and trustworthy, whether or not they're entertaining, uh, in order to help us be better tomorrow than we are today, just like we are hoping to have been better today than we were yesterday. Because that's kind of all we can hope for.
Yeah. And I think I think I'd kind of build off on that by saying also, like, I think we need more more people with comprehensive knowledge on topics, to comprehensive, well-informed knowledge. I should clarify, um to start making more content, to be frank. Like, it's so easy to find misinformation on whatever platform you choose, and I think that is in part because people that have the expertise aren't necessarily trained or haven't necessarily learned how to make their educational or informative content engaging. That might be part of it, but I also think that part of it is just that, like, we're really busy. Like, researchers are really busy, healthcare professionals are really busy. Lots of people don't have the time to consistently make content. But if you do have the time and you are one of those professionals, genuinely please consider it. I think there's a talk on YouTube by, do you know Mini Minuteman?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's done a talk where he's basically arguing that, like, misinformation is just churned out slop. And that means that we're kind of inherently at a disadvantage anyway, because, like, they're going for quantity and we're going for quality, which means it takes a long time to put together well sourced information, like videos or whatever we're doing. So we're kind of inherently at disadvantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have the reach if we do it in the right way. So yeah, even if you think that you could be doing it better, please consider trying a bit of scicomm or healthcare outreach or whatever your expertise is in. Because that we're fighting a tide, and the only way to the only way to fight a tide is with another bigger tide. I don't think that's how it works, actually, but you know what I mean.
I remember a talk. It was either during my last or second to last year in my PhD program by the anthropologist Augustin Fuentes, who does some incredible sort of public outreach and has written a lot of very accessible books to the general public about issues related to anthropology and neuroscience and human evolution. And I can't exactly. The talk was largely around the stuff to do with the fossils, not fossils, but the remains of Homo naledi and all that other stuff. And I remember there was a graphic in there that made me actually think, like, oh, yeah, this is an interesting scientific graphic, but creationists would love it because they can point to this sort of space here and make a creationist argument. So I ended up asking a question. It's just like, how do we responsibly do scicomm, essentially, when anything that we do where we're pointing to our gaps in our knowledge or anything like that can be exploited by people who have nefarious intent, like creationists, all this other stuff. And I don't remember the full context of his answer, but I do remember that he said that, like, we are actually, like, it is to our benefit that we are restricted to accurate information and caring about the quality of information. That is not really, and these are not his exact terms, it's not a burden, it's a responsibility, but it is a benefit, because attending and caring about the quality of information means that we are ultimately also going to attend to and care about the quality of how we go about communicating it. And an example would be, like, a good professor cares about the quality of their instruction. There's fundamentally no difference than the care that a good science communication streamer or YouTuber or TikToker would put in than a good professor caring about communicating to their students. By being grounded in what we currently believe is true to the best of our current knowledge, we are like we have an advantage that the liars, charlatans, and the otherwise misinformed just can never have, which is that attention to detail and care about quality. And while we are absolutely fighting that tide, the BS asymmetry principle takes an order of magnitude more effort to combat BS than to produce it. Um, that's the only advantage they have is quantity. And
Yeah.
eventually people tire of slop because they do eventually recognize that it's slop. As much as I love eating donuts, there is a point at which I'm going to get tired of donuts and want something a little bit heartier. It doesn't have to be, like a full course roast meal or something like that, but it's just something that's not the kind of like overly saccharine processed sweets of things like that. And the same is true in the information ecosystem. People will eventually get tired of it, and we need to be there to capitalize on that because people are interested. The audience that you have, the audience that Mini Minutemen has, the audience that all science communicators have is a testament to how much people love learning about science. They just don't know who to trust yet. And we have to be good stewards to that.
Yeah. And I think Bobo said in chat earlier, like, make it real, then make it better over time. And like, that's such a big thing. When I first started streaming, I was awful. And now I'm average. And maybe one day I'll be a good streamer.
Yeah, I mean, your Adventure Time model right there. What's the quote from Jake? Sucking at something is the first step towards kind of sort of being good at something.
Exactly. And yeah, it's like it's skills that like as professionals in like research or healthcare, we're not necessarily trained in, but that's okay because you can develop them over time. Like if you're smart enough to work in healthcare or to work in research, you're definitely smart enough to take the feedback you're getting from the audience and to change things up and, do A/B testing until you get something that works.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody I know with a PhD started out like already knowing how to do regression analysis. You had to learn, you had to be taught, you had to make mistakes. The same is true with making a YouTube video or a Twitch stream. And it's a skill or a collection of skills. You get better by doing it. And it is a little unfortunate that many science graduate programs don't have a sort of public communication element. And maybe that should change in graduate education, which is actually one of the things I really, really loved about, having found your YouTube video and your streams is that you were doing this as a graduate student, giving that lens and sort of taking that initiative. And I know that I know a few other people who've done likewise, like Volcano Doc was doing scicomm streams while she was a volcanology PhD student as well. Like that is so cool. And you're being the change you want to see in the science profession when it comes to this, because we certainly need more people taking the charge like that. So thank you for what you do and what you've done as a grad student and building what you have here to do this.
Thank you as well, because you're also doing scicomm. You equally deserve just as many thanks.
It was weird. When I was still a PhD student, I advocated for not like Twitch or whatever, but like podcasts or writing more public articles for trade magazines and things like that. And I remember trying to pitch this to my department several times, and I kept getting just the lamest excuses from the faculty. Like the two that stand out to me is a professor whom I respect said like, yeah, but it's hard. And I just responded, yeah, but you have a PhD. You do hard things. Like that's not an excuse. And then another said like, yeah, but I didn't get into science to do public communication. And I was just like, you didn't get into science to report your students for plagiarism. And yet you do that when it's necessary to do that. So there's a lot about your job that you didn't get in this to do. maybe just consider this another necessary part of doing the job well, rather than just doing the research. I did not get a lot of appreciation for that kind of response, but I'm also a bit sarcastic and snarky, as you can tell. Um,
The thing that
yeah.
I most commonly get is like, "Oh, I wish I could do that," and I'm like, "You can. You literally can. I will show you how to make yourself a VTuber avatar." Um, but yeah, then normally the follow up is like, "Oh, I could never do that," and I'm like, "Yes, you can. I like literally go back and watch my first streams. They're all on YouTube. Every single one of my VODs is on YouTube. Go and look at my first streams. I was bad. I was objectively not fun to watch."
Yeah, my earliest streams before I was even doing scicomm, they were just terrible. Like, because all I was using Twitch for was recording my speedrun stuff. So like the conversation and everything is just terrible. And when I started doing scicomm, I had been streaming for 4.5 or 5 years. But because streaming science communication is different than streaming playing a video game, I'm embarrassed to watch those VODs. It's just like, oh wow, I was just bad at this. Not that I think I'm any good now, but I do think I am better than I was, last summer. Uh, yeah, you just got to do it to get better at it. That's all.
I mean, I can't play games and stream. I'm so bad at it. Like, I tried to play a roguelike game on stream the other day. Abandoned Archive mentioned. Go get it on Steam. It's only $5. And it was, I think I spent most of the stream on the pause menu. Or just like slowly going through the dialogue because I was like, I can't play the game and do stream things at the same time because I'm so used to doing the like kind of chatting setup with like, or like science communication, like where I've got a paper up but I can just divert from the paper whenever I want.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a different it's a different set of skills to stream the very different content. But you get better at it as you do it more. And to any of the science students and scientists and physicians and so on out there, like, it's important for you to also be in community. It doesn't even have to be like online. It doesn't have to be TikTok, but like get involved in community so that your expertise and knowledge is at least accessible to some people outside of the ivory tower. You do have that knowledge, and it people do want to hear it. And if you're not there to provide, like, the joke that I like to say is, if you don't teach the community about science, Steven Pinker will, and nobody should want that. Like, he's terrible. If you're not doing science communication, please know that Jordan Peterson is, and like, that's not good. Like, we can't have that. So you need to be out there doing it. Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah, everybody's nemesis. Hoy, and articles like this kind of reinforce the importance of it, because misinformation is popular not because it's misinformation, but because it's somebody trying to put information out there. And if there are more of us out there providing from our vantage points as experts in what we're expert in, that will eventually be the kind of countervailing tide that is quality based rather than the quantity based tide of slop that is produced pretty easily, but thoughtlessly and easily abandoned. And eventually people do tire of the slop.
Yeah. And, you can do like high quality, informative content at a slow pace and still make it have a really, really good reach. And I think, like, for me, the case study of this is like H Bomber Guy. He does this like you probably know all about it, but like he has this series of videos called now I've forgotten what they're called, measured response. So he has these measured response videos where he kind of goes into like either conspiracy theories or like misinformation and very, very clearly explains like where this came from, why it's wrong, and then please don't listen to them. But it's also really funny. Like these are like 2-hour long videos and they're really, really funny. So you don't get bored. So like but he only does like one video a year. So you can put out one single really, really high quality video and as long as you like kind of advertise it a little bit in the right places, then the algorithm will work out who wants to watch your video based on who keeps watching versus who clicks away, and then it will start recommending it out to people. At least that's how YouTube works. So, you know, even if and again, like, you can slowly improve over time. H1 Guy is another really good example. You go back to his early YouTube videos, they were variable in quality. Like, his humor was still there, but he's really polished it up. Like, you know, his videos are not overproduced, but I think the humor has got sharper and they're more engaging as you go along. And again, those are skills that you develop over time. So just do it. Do it. Do it.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf, just do it. Stop talking about doing it and just do it. You were doing the Emperor.
Yeah, I was doing the Emperor. Yeah. I was trying to call back to the Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't have anything to add to that. That was perfect. And also a good shout out to another fantastic content creator. H Bomber Guy does fantastic stuff. Yeah, sell the houses to who, Ben? Effing Aquaman? Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, so we got through these 2 articles. Really cool. And I hope that I know that neither of us were as responsive to chat as we typically are when we're not doing a collab. So thank you to both of our communities for being here throughout this, even if we were not as attentive as we would normally be. We tried to catch some things here and there, and you've all been on great behavior and having wonderful conversations and contributions as well. So thank you so much for that.
Yes. And just because we didn't acknowledge you doesn't mean that we didn't see you in the chat. So yeah, for example, Erin Copper, Yoavco, Glim Grilson, like I see you all. Thank you.
Yeah. And you know, thank you to everybody who as well contributed to Psydere's Autistica Tiltify campaign for the Jingle Jam. Like, because again, this collab is part of her 2-week long Jingle Jam set of streams. So maybe you want to advertise what you've got coming up as well.
Yeah. So what am I doing tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm streaming with my friend Jack. We're going to be playing, I think we're playing Core Keeper. So yeah, that's one of the Jingle Jam collection games. So if you want to see a bit of gameplay and decide whether you want to commit to the £35 bundle, it is for charity, by the way. It all goes to charity. You can come over and see that. I don't play games, but Jack does. So it will probably be largely him telling me how to exist. And then next week, I'm definitely not stalling while I bring up my schedule. I definitely remember what I'm streaming.
Well, but the thing, I mean, the thing is, Sai, is that gaming is also a set of skills. So you may not be good at it now, but you keep doing it. And especially with sort of an expert helping you and scaffolding your learning, you'll eventually get good at Core Keeper. That's exactly how it works. Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm using
Did
the
that
same
stall
thing
for
again
enough
on
time?
Monday. It did, yeah. On Monday the 8th, I'm also going to be doing the same thing. I'm going to be playing Minecraft. I'm scared. Along with Fi the Neutrophil, who is another science communication streamer. Fi does molecular biology content, cell and molecular biology. He's on YouTube. If you haven't seen his like videos about cell and molecular biology, extremely cool. Go and check them out. Like, genuinely, they're so well done. Like, he's so good at telling stories. He makes such cool animations in his videos. He also streams occasionally. So yeah, you can go and catch him playing Minecraft or doing a journal club stream or just interviewing people. He's going to be doing also a charity event in January, I think. So keep an eye out for that. On Tuesday the 9th, we're going to be doing another neurodiversity journal club with Tayu the Goat, who's one of my good friends. Tayu is not neurodivergent, but knows a lot of neurodivergent people and has been in those kinds of spaces for a very long time. So yeah, we haven't decided on the actual topic yet, but we're going to be talking about some stuff, probably around neurodiversity and mental health, because that's Tayu's main area of like peer expertise. Thursday the 11th, we're going to be playing more video games with Enter Molamoth, who is also doing Jingle Jam and is also a scicomm streamer. They make really, really good entomology related content. And then on Saturday the 13th, I'm going to be going through the milestones. We're going to be writing that email to Greg's, I guess. And on Sunday the 14th, I'm getting some autistic VTubers all into the stream, and they are going to direct me in making a zine, which, by the way, if you wanted a copy of the zine that we will inevitably create, you can purchase one as an incentive. Again, 100% of that goes to charity. It's £10, I think. Yeah, so that's the plan. We're going to be fundraising over the entire 2 weeks. My Tiltify will be open, I think, until I want to say it's like 8 a.m. GMT on Monday the 15th, because that's like midnight California time approximately. So
something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, lots of cool stuff happening, hopefully, I think. Charity in it, donation, good.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that you would like to plug for my viewers?
I'm on a partner push, and to do that, I need I need 2 months of at least 6 streams that averaged at least 75 viewers. So far, I've only been able to average 1 stream like that, so I am on the partner push trying to grow and all that. But yeah, I do scicomm streaming on Wednesdays. I do gaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Speedrunning is mostly Thursday and Friday. I do a lot of challenge runs and incentives on Saturdays, and then I do casual first playthroughs of games on Sundays. So that's just sort of my usual schedule. I don't have anything special at the moment, but yeah, you can sort of just usually find me on Twitch. I am on this platform more than there are hours in a year, apparently, according to the Twitch recap, which is weird, but I'll take it. I've had you on stream now. We've been doing this for a little over 4.5 hours now. I typically do my scicomm streams for a bit longer, so I have other references to go through and other articles to look at, and we'll continue to do that for today. If you want to stick around for that, if you want to keep it as a collab, I can send you some of the papers and we can go through them together. Or if you do have other things you need to do, if you need to sleep because time is a thing and it's probably very late there,
Yeah.
I can share the articles with you and then you can read them on your own, kind of thing, through the references command. That's sort of what I have for the rest of today, is even more about this. But as a warning to anybody in Psy's community who may want to come over to my channel and continue this, one of the articles in particular is rather heavily political, because it is going to be directly addressing some autism-related misinformation that was put forward by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is the current Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. And it's very hard to correct misinformation from a high-ranking government official without it getting political. And I understand that Twitch is not necessarily where people want to go for political conversations. So that's kind of a heads up for what is going to be going over here for the next few hours. So just sort of forewarning.
Yeah, that is a useful forewarning. There's an interesting cultural difference, I think, between face cam streamers and VTubers, which is that VTubers, we don't like politics, in general. There's a few exceptions. There are, of course, the various grifters around. They exist, but they're actually pretty rare. By and large, I think the VTubing community tries to stay apolitical. So yeah, thank you for that warning. But for anyone that does want to keep learning about the topic, we're going to be raiding into Racco. I'll probably still lurk. I'm literally still on the stream. I can literally see myself. So this is just going to be a weird continuation. But for the people that are watching the VOD, thank you very much for watching. Go check out Racco. Streams live on Twitch. Name on screen. Go check out. Very good. Excellent scicomm. Frank, honestly, the fact that you managed to get through multiple papers per stream is in itself a reason for people to follow you. Because I never
it
do.
is it's not so rare as to be unheard of, but it is uncommon. Like, because you know, when it's different when it's just a single person. Because a lot more interactive with the community, just like you are with your chat, and you know, the scicomm side of Twitch's viewership have great comments, great questions, and bring up so many things that take me on so many digressions and rabbit holes and tangents and so on that I often plan for like 3, 4, 5 articles, and I'll be lucky if I can get through 2 over 8
Yeah.
hours when I usually plan to stream for 4. So, you know, it's just like I like talking about this stuff, so I tend to go for a long time.
I mean, that's still better than my half a paper in 6 hours average. So. But to be fair,
you know, it's like not quantity,
readings.
it's quality.
Yeah, but to be fair, I do cold readings of papers, so I will like go in and like that is genuinely my first. Like I should add the like like the first time playing tag because technically it is. It's like my first time reading the paper.
Blind playthrough of reading Elsevier articles.
Like today was the most prepared I've ever been for a scicomm stream. Thank you for motivating me to actually read the paper.
And thank you for the collab opportunity to do this as well. You know, like I said, you've been a desired collab on my end for a while, and I hope that you've enjoyed this, and I hope that we have opportunities to do more of this in the future because this was super fun. The other scicomm streamers that I've collabed with are also fantastic, but they're not in my area, whereas you are, and so like it was weird that there were moments where we were just using shorthand that I'm sure left the audience baffled, but it was just very nice to connect to another person in that domain. So I hope that we get more opportunities to do this in the future. This was fantastic.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we need to make the most of the fact that we do have basically the same research area, to be fair. So. I have a horrifying thought in the back of my head that like, have I like cited you in my thesis? Like potentially I have.
It's almost a shame that I have let myself like my name be known out there and you know my name and my research. So I was just like, oh, I should just send you one of my papers and have you review it on stream just so that I could hear like some honest criticism from a colleague. And it's like, nah, I can't do that now.
I mean, you can. You can. I will still do it. I won't hold back just because, like, you know, we're friends. I won't do that.
That's fair. But you would hold back because you know earlier you're like, oh, you were kind of hyping it up for entertainment value. It would have been interesting to just be like, oh man, this person's how did they get a degree? This is sloppy work. This is not how I would do things. Like you know, just really slagging me off. That'd been funny.
I've had one though. I have had one stream where I kind of I had to stop. Like I had to stop reading the paper because like it was actually making me angry. I've only had one. You know, I've only had one. Normally I'm professional.
So there was that paper a few months ago, that preprint paper of like, this is your brain on ChatGPT or whatever. And I was really excited because I like research that is sort of warning of the dangers of using generative AI. And I read the thing because I do like to have a little foreknowledge, and I ended up hating the preprint so much that my stream changed from like, well, let's review this paper to like, let me do on stream being reviewer too for a minute, because this is actually so like it's a preprint, things change, revisions, etc. But it was just like it was bad, like not design wise, but in how they explain things, how they analyze things, and I was just like, I don't know how I would have handled it if I had gone into it without having read it ahead of time. Like it would have probably been quite unprofessional had I not done that. Like I am the kind of person who needs to prepare so that I'm not like mean ahead of time, because the meanness is just like, that's a knee-jerk reaction. It's not sincere. It's just like, let's hype it up for the comedic effect, but it's like, I don't want to be that person online, so I kind of have to do that to avoid being much the same way that being family friendly is a presentation and not really who I am. The preparation is also kind of the same thing also, and this is the thing, I am a nervous presenter. I hate being in front of an audience. And every academic presentation I've given has been like perfectly scripted down to the jokes that I tell, because I do not remember giving the presentations as soon as I'm done. Like I've the anxiety spikes so bad. So I need, like, for my own psychological well-being, I need to prepare. I wish I could do what you do and go into it and be engaging, charismatic, complimentary and critical on the fly. Like, that is an incredible skill that I am legit envious of.
The trade-off though is that if I do have to prepare something in advance, my anxiety spikes really badly and I fumble really bad. So like today was fine because I'm gonna be so real with you. Like I read both of those papers in the last 24 hours, and like part of the reason why I tapped out at the after the methods in that first paper was because I was like, I just can't push myself. Like if I push myself through the results, I'm gonna start teasing out loads of like stats things that like, because I'm not super confident with my stats. Like I think every researcher has the areas where like, you know, they prefer and areas that like their skills are slightly stronger in. And I don't think mine is stats. I think like yeah, you said earlier about like, you know, methodology and theoretical side. I think that's like my strengths are a bit more skewed that way. Like if I think if I'd have gone into the stats on that first paper, I would have actually stressed myself out, and I would have had to start thinking like, oh god, like I don't even remember what a man over does. Like, so yeah, like yeah, there's definitely a trade-off. Like I'm really really bad for like pre-recorded things, or like I just can't make them sound natural ever. I can't deliver things in a good way. I can't read off a script very well. Like yeah.
I think you may be selling yourself a little short. Your pre-recorded you know, essay on Pikmin is I think very well delivered.
I did record it like 7 times and I'm still not happy with it, to be fair. That's like I don't know, there's like a pitch change going into the second verse that really irritates me. I wish I could change it.
Oh, that's the great thing. You can just do another take.
That's right. I can just make a remastered version.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that, I am gonna raid into you now. I'm still gonna be here though. But for everybody that is watching on my screen, on my stream, words, but you can.
I'm watching on your screen.
I'm losing the plot. For everybody that is on my stream, we're now going to be raiding into Racco. I'm probably going to sit here and yap with you for another like 15-20 minutes, let's be real. But yeah, we are now going to be going to the ending screen and raiding out. So feel free to do the raid message if you want. Like, it's a bit weird though. It's like, oh look, all those new people, where did they come from?
What a surprise.
I can't believe it. Wow. Apparently, according to my Twitch recap, you were one of my most rated people. So I think that says something. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, where's the button? There it is. Goodbye. See you in a few seconds.
See you when you get over here.
Yeah.
and